The events begin in a world where the hero once lived. The world he knew was gone. One moment, everything was as it should be. The next, the sky split open, torn apart by blinding light and a deafening roar. From that rift came monsters, endless and merciless. He fought, even as others screamed and fell around him. There was no time to grieve. He fought because he had to. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. He learned to survive, blade in hand, never looking back. A month passed, then a year, 10. Now, his sword was an extension of himself. He sliced through beasts like wind through grass. But one day, something changed. He faced a power unlike any he'd ever known. A figure cloaked in darkness. The voice was calm, condescending. "Give up. The world you lived in has already perished." He recognized him. The one behind it all. The puppet master who had turned his world into hell. The figure looked at him not as an enemy. Such a waste of talent. "Become my sword." But he didn't flinch. He looked the man in the eye and answered, "Don't make me laugh." He let out a fierce battle cry as he charged forward, fury written across his face. His armor glinted in the blaze as he launched himself at the towering demon, driving his sword downward with relentless power. But the demon was ready. With monstrous strength, it intercepted the blow, their clash shaking the earth around them. The warrior leapt back, eyes glowing with determination, and immediately charged again. The demon's eyes widened, just for a moment, at the sheer tenacity. He closed the distance once more, blades slashing with blinding speed. The demon countered violently, slamming him back with a brutal fist. His body flew through the air, crashing hard into the scorched ground. "You struggle, but it's meaningless." The demon's voice echoed. He fought on, darting forward with a desperate yell, trying to find any opening, any weakness. But the demon was relentless. A colossal strike sent him hurtling back, tearing through the battlefield. He screamed in pain as his blood sprayed across the charred earth. The demon stood tall, towering like a god of war, hatred burning in his crimson eyes. Hanging from his neck was a crystal pendant, a faint light gleaming from within. In a world where supernatural powers clash with devastating consequences, a lone hero confronts an overwhelming evil. The blonde-haired warrior, bloodied but resolute, unleashes a final, radiant attack against a monstrous entity. Despite the villain's desperate cries, the hero's power proves absolute. As the enemy disintegrates into nothingness, the battlefield falls silent. The warrior collapses beneath the vast, star-streaked sky, finding peace in the beauty above, even in what seems to be his final moment. But this is not the end. The scene shifts abruptly to a modern, urban world. A teenage boy, bearing no signs of the epic struggle just witnessed, walks the city streets in silence. Soon, he arrives at a heavily restricted facility, Namsan Gate, a portal requiring licensed heroes to enter. A young man, dressed plainly and carrying nothing but a black backpack, calmly approached the gate at Yongsan District, Seoul. His resolve unwavering, he sprinted forward and dove into the unknown. The system immediately flagged his unauthorized entry. Alarms blared, signaling the presence of an unregistered individual inside the gate. But the young man, undeterred, found himself in a lush, otherworldly forest within the gate. His presence didn't go unnoticed for long. A patrol unit of professional hunters spotted him and confronted him, curious and skeptical. They asked if he was lost and offered to escort him out. His attire and demeanor made it difficult for them to believe he was a licensed hero or even a porter. Some laughed at his casual appearance, pointing out how unfit he looked for the dangers of a gate. One of them even speculated he was a clueless porter abandoned by his team. Still, the young man remained calm. He admitted that he had just arrived, not offering much else. One of the hunters, seemingly experienced, warned him against entering gates without proper licensing and training. The Namsan Gate, he added, was a C-rank gate, not one suitable for amateurs. Though the advice was well-intentioned, the young man dismissed it with subtle defiance. He didn't ask for concern, nor was he grateful. Whatever his reasons, he had come into this gate with purpose and wasn't planning to leave quietly. Soon he realized before him stood a massive, intimidating beast clad in armor with a skull-like faceplate. Its sheer presence loomed like death incarnate. Undeterred, the young man approached calmly, his demeanor steady despite the threat. With a savage roar, the monstrous orc lunged forward, baring its tusks and charging with murderous intent. But the young man didn't flinch. In one smooth motion, he shifted his stance, eyes narrowing with intense focus. Then came a surge of speed, a blur. The battle was swift, violent. Moments later, the lifeless body of the orc lay sprawled in the clearing, a pool of blood staining the earth beneath it. The young man knelt beside it, his arms soaked in crimson, his breathing calm. Nothing had changed. This world, this battlefield, was just as merciless as he remembered. Not a single thing was different. A young man stands, in the aftermath of battle, his body bloodied and bruised. Calmly, he reaches down and picks up a large, curved blade. He seems expressionless as he stares at his reflection and blade. With cold determination, he attacks a monstrous creature, cutting it down with a single, brutal strike. Blood splatters everywhere as the beast falls. Standing over the now-dead creature, he extracts a glowing red gem from its body. The gem sparkles with energy, identified as a low-grade magic stone. He reflects, "Back then, I wouldn't even glance at such a low-tier thing." He senses something and glances sideways cautiously. The ground starts shaking. Something is approaching. A group of monstrous orcs emerges from the forest. Without hesitation, they charge at him aggressively. He slashes through one of them with ease and throws the magic stone in high speed to another. The battle continues, with the protagonist weaving through enemies. One of the monsters falls with a loud thud. More of them rush him, but he remains calm and alert. His face, still expressionless and deadly focused, a stark contrast to the chaos around him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, a group of adventurers made their way along a winding path, the sunlight flickering through the trees. The red-haired woman walked near the front, arms crossed, brow furrowed. That rude guy from earlier," she murmured aloud. Then, turning to her teammate, she asked, "What if he really ends up dead?" Her friend chuckled. "Wait, are you actually worried?" Before she could respond, a black-haired agent at the rear spoke, his tone steady and serious. "If he's an intruder, then by now, agents from the control center should already be on their way." Elite agents sprinted through the forest, swift and focused. "This is a rank C gate," Namsan once said calmly. "So only rank B or higher are dispatched." On the other side, the adventurers discuss that he'll be fine as long as he doesn't rush in, another agent added confidently. The red-haired woman echoed, "Hyungnim is right," but one scoffed, "That arrogant punk's probably trembling, just waiting for us to save him." Scene shifts. A huge, muscular monster glares menacingly. The monster growls and charges, but the protagonist swiftly dodges and slams a devastating punch into the monster's face. In a flurry of movement, the monster tries to counter, but the protagonist leaps into the air. The kick lands behind the monster's head, crushing the monster. The beast lies defeated, blood pooling. Protagonist stands over it, calm and collected, adding 3 magic stones to his collection as his eyes glow faintly. He walks away under a clear sky, the chaos behind him now silent. He thought that the harvest isn't great. So far, 12 low-grade, 16 lower-mid-grade stones. Behind him, someone shouts this way. A group of men in black suits approach him and tell that they were from the gate control center. "Please show your hero registration ID. If you're unregistered, you'll need to come with us to the control center." Protagonist asked, "Gate control center?" The agent stepped forward, his tone firm. "Please comply with our instructions." The protagonist glanced at him, eyes narrowing. "Now what's this?" he thought, irritation flickering across his face. Without a word, he turned and began walking away. clearly done with the conversation. The agent stepped forward, handcuffs ready. If you refuse, we may use physical force. But before he could act, the protagonist grabbed his wrist, firm and unyielding. Any injury from resistance will be your responsibility, the agent warned. It's best we settle this calmly at the control center. Tension hung thick in the air. With one swift movement, the protagonist twisted the agent's arm and sent him staggering back. The agent gasped, completely caught off guard. The protagonist didn't even break stride. His voice was calm, almost bored. "Don't bother me." A sudden crackle of energy filled the air. A sword was drawn. "A rank 4 magic seal." The protagonist muttered, eyeing the glowing formation. "That might work on orcs, but not on me." In a flash, he moved, too fast to follow. The opponent was sent flying, slamming into the ground with a howl of pain. Final warning: if you don't want to get hurt, go back. The protagonist stands firm, looking coolly ahead. His eyes are filled with confidence and control, bathed in the afterglow of unleashed power. An agent drops from the sky with immense force, striking the protagonist. Without hesitation, the protagonist retaliates, kicking an agent in a black suit and sending him flying. The attacker, caught off guard, reels in shock as the protagonist dodges with ease and counters with precision. The agent in sunglasses groans, eyes locked on the protagonist. In a blur, the protagonist vanishes at high speed. Disappeared? The agent thinks, scanning for movement. The boy reappears behind another attacker, landing a devastating blow. The last agent, trembling, began to back away. "You," the protagonist said, his voice calm but firm. "Yes." The protagonist narrowed his eyes. "Registered heroes don't have any problems, right? As long as they don't break the law inside a gate." "No," the agent replied nervously. "Agents aren't dispatched without cause." The protagonist pressed on. "What about rift zones?" The agent's expression darkened. Rift zones, unstable passages to other worlds where strange monsters emerge. Across the globe, nations contain these threats by sealing the zones into government-controlled areas called gates. The monsters' byproducts, valuable as energy resources, make these zones both dangerous and essential. But areas not yet claimed or secured remain wild. Those are rift zones. The protagonist's gaze hardened. "So no matter which gate I go to, you people will keep coming after me, won't you?" The agent said nothing, but his silence spoke volumes. The protagonist stepped forward, his tone cold. "Claiming it's trespassing, or what have you." The agent nodded quickly. Yes, that's correct. If an unregistered hero enters a gate without authorization, the control center is immediately alerted. Nearby agents are dispatched on the spot. He added, "Rift zones aren't as accessible as gates, but the Hero Association won't ignore them either." The protagonist tilted his head slightly. So what?" The agent froze, eyes wide. "This guy's a psycho. This bastard. Damn it, I should have contacted headquarters from the start." Before he could move, the protagonist hurled the agent into the forest. The agent crashed through the underbrush, groaning in pain. Such a nobody, the protagonist thought, barely giving him a second glance. Behind him, the agent clutched his ribs, glaring through the trees. "This bastard. Next time, I'll definitely kill you." Scene shifts, a memory from the past. A monstrous voice roared in panic. The protagonist heard it echoing around him. Suddenly, his body went numb. His vision swirled. "I lost consciousness, felt like I was being sucked into something. And then, death. I considered it death." A soft glow pulsed in the void. Protagonist slowly opened his eyes, suspended in a vast, sky-like space. Before him stood a mysterious young boy. "Who are you?" the protagonist asked. "My name is CEO Dojin," he replied, voice steady. "I am dying. If you grant my request, I'll vanish quietly." The protagonist refused. The young boy paused, as if weighed by centuries. Scene shift to protagonist, his expression distant. "No matter how hard I worked, It meant nothing in the end, it said. For 10 years I fought. Everything I built was erased, and the comrade I trusted betrayed me. My country was destroyed. My friend died, even my family. I tried and tried, but in the end it was all for nothing. CEO Dojin looked at the figure with calm understanding. You too, right? They floated together in silence above an endless void. The CEO Dojin spoke again. Even if my first life ended like that, I don't want my grandmother and Yunying to live like that. A breath. Huh. So, CEO Dojin met the being's gaze. Just tell me one thing, briefly. What is it you want? What I wish for is... Scene shifts to Gazan Digital Complex, Jumshingu, Seoul, once Garabongdong, now called the Hero Complex. The streets, once known for IT companies, are now overflowing with trade and gate byproducts. Amid the bustle, protagonist walked the city streets, eyes scanning buildings. Should I go with this place? He thought. Dingling. A door chime rang as he stepped into a shop. A cheerful voice greeted him from inside. Welcome. An attendant sat at the counter, eyes sharp. Protagonist steps forward calmly. I'd like to sell some mana stones, he said, his voice steady and composed. You've come to the right place, the attendant exclaims. We offer the best purchase price in Seoul. No, in all of Korea. Then clatter. A pile of bright red mana stones spilled onto the counter. The attendant's eyes widened. Are those mana stones? He leaned in, inspecting them closely. You've got quite a few here. Please wait a moment while I sort them. Scene shifts. Protagonists are back on a nearby sofa, sipping a warm cup of coffee. From the background, the worker called out, 12 low-grade mana stones, 6 mid-low grade, and 3 high-low grade mana stones. The worker started entering data. You're aware the commission is 40% of the purchase price, right? He tapped a few more keys, then smiled. The total amount you'll receive is 5.46 million won. Protagonist, still calm, raised a hand slightly. Stop. Protagonist's voice cut through the room. I did the hunting. You guys just handle the purchase. And yet the commission's 40%. The worker stiffened. Sir, you clearly don't understand how things work. He forced a smile. Normally, we take 45%. We're doing you a favor here. If you don't want to sell, take them back. Protagonist stood up, gathering the stones. I'll do that. Hey, sir, the worker called out in a panic. You still have to pay the sorting fee, right? And the coffee isn't free either. He scrambled for numbers. Sorting, 300,000 won. Coffee, 10,000. And because we used an expensive towel to wipe off your blood, another 40,000. So, 350,000 won total. Protagonist turned cold. I don't have money to give you. Try and take it if you can. The attendant's voice trembled with forced confidence. You'll have to pay, you know. We've got a few C-rank heroes backing us up. Some C-rank heroes stood up from a break room, annoyed. What is it? Why'd you call us? He frowned, clearly irritated. Someone causing trouble again? He muttered. The eyes of the protagonist and the C-rank heroes locked, tension crackling in the air as they stared each other down. The scene shifted to an attendant peering over a counter, trembling in fear. His expression is panicked, as he stares wide-eyed at the protagonist punching the C-rank heroes with immense strength, flying backward. All 3 C-ranked heroes growled in pain across the floor. The protagonist stands confidently, having swiftly taken down all opposition, while the frightened attendant remains by the counter, stunned by the scene before him. The protagonist begins walking calmly toward the counter, each step echoing in the now silent room. As he approaches the attendant behind the counter, he speaks coolly. The commission is 1%. He places a hand casually on the counter and adds with a confident smirk. Let's have smooth transactions from now on. I'll come again next time. As the protagonist enters his home, he places a large bundle of money on the table. His grandmother and younger sister stare at it in shock, eyes wide with disbelief. His grandmother stammers. Dojin H, what is all this money? His sister echoes in amazement. What is all this? The protagonist, slightly flustered but trying to keep it casual, scratches his head and replies, "A while ago, I lent money to a friend who was starting a business, and that business became a huge success." His grandmother, still stunned, clasps her hands together and stammers, "Why you have a friend like that?" A look of doubt flashes across her face. The protagonist, keeping his expression calm, answers, "You know the place I grew up. He's a friend I hung out with back then." His grandmother slowly nods, still unsure. "Of course I know." Suddenly, his younger sister lights up, eyes sparkling with excitement. "Brother, then are we rich now?" The protagonist smiles softly and nods. "Yes, from now on." His sister's eyes go wide with joy. She suddenly jumps up, unable to contain her excitement. "Wow, we're rich." She jumps again, laughing and spinning in place. "We're becoming rich." Her joy is infectious. The room, once filled with uncertainty, now overflows with hope and happiness. The memory floods back to the protagonist, a final conversation etched into his mind. He remembers CEO Dojin, standing with a calm expression, looking him in the eye. "Grandma and Yunying, please let them live in a house safer than anywhere else." Before the protagonist could even respond, CEO Dojin disappeared, gone without a word, leaving only those parting wishes behind. Cut to the present. A slow inhale, the sound of breath. The protagonist opens his eyes, seeing high reflection in mirror. He narrates, "When I woke up, I had become SEO Dojin. A new life, a borrowed identity, and a promise yet to be fulfilled." Eyes scanning a sleek, modern home listing. The safest house in Korea costs 110 billion won at the current market price. He exhales slowly, the weight of CEO Dojin's request lingering in his thoughts. "I have no obligation to keep such a one-sided promise, but if only my strength returns, that much money is nothing. Rifts, gates, monsters. Everything here is weaker than in my world that was destroyed. To me, who is a sword god, this place is like child's play, but not even 10%, 1/10 of my strength has returned yet." Suddenly, a voice echoes from outside the room. "SEO Dojin, you in there?" The protagonist glances toward the door, alert. "I'll go out and see." He turns to his grandmother just behind him and speaks calmly but firmly. "Please stay inside." Outside, a rough, mocking voice calls out, "SEO Dojin, you should repay borrowed money on time." Another voice chimes in. "Do you know how much money you have to repay? It's a whopping 48 million won. These are the loan sharks, the ones the real CEO Dojin borrowed money from before he died. The 5 million won he borrowed for grandma's hospital bills became 10 times that in such a short time." One of the loan sharks sneers with smug satisfaction. Another steps forward, eyes gleaming with greed. "You made some money from the gate, right? Hand it all over. We're taking all this according to the contract, so don't feel it's unfair. Now let us call protagonist, SEO Dojin." As the two try to force him to pay, CEO Dojin landed an incredibly powerful punch on one of them with surprising speed. The other man was stunned by CEO Dojin's unexpected speed and power. Visibly shaken by the sudden attack, Sei Dojin approached the second man menacingly, stating that he had already paid over 9 million won, and in fact he should be the one asking for his money back. The man backed away in fear, asking in shock and disbelief whether he was really the same CEO Dojin he used to know. Sei Dojin didn't answer his question. Instead, he gave him one final firm warning and told him in a clearly threatening tone to inform his boss that he would be visiting him soon. In a bustling shopping mall filled with people moving between various stores, a large display of plush toys suddenly appears on the shelves of a retail shop arranged in an attractive manner. The young girl, Eunyoung, gazes at the toys with excitement and joy, wondering to herself if she can really buy a new doll. Say Dojin smiles gently at his little sister, assuring her that he already bought her new clothes and that she can now get anything she wants. So Dojin starts reflecting on his emotions, realizing that the mixed memories he shares with the original CEO Dojin have influenced his previously dull and numb feelings. He continues watching his little sister Yunying and thinks that what he feels might just be sympathy. Still, he admits that the original CEO Dojin was truly kind to his half-sister Yunying. Yunying remains standing excitedly in front of the toys, unable to easily choose one. At that moment, CEO Dojin silently vows to at least protect the heart of the original CEO Dojin, who loved his little sister deeply. Anyong finally picks out a small toy and asks CEO Dojin if she can have it. When she holds up the little doll to show him, CEO Jun reaches out and instead selects a large, beautiful plush toy for her. He reminds her once more that he told her to buy whatever she wants without hesitation. Yunying smiles brightly, full of gratitude for her brother. After shopping, the two sit together in a restaurant to eat with a variety of delicious dishes laid out on the table. While eating, CEO Dojin suddenly hears a girl's voice from behind him, surprised and asking if the person sitting in front of her is really CEO Dojin. He turns toward the voice and sees a well-dressed girl accompanied by a group of large bodyguards. The girl begins mocking CEO Jun's appearance, saying it doesn't look any better than before, then asks dismissively about the little girl with him. CEO Jun glares at her sharply while she mocks him further, asking if Yunying is as much trouble as her mother once was. The atmosphere grows increasingly tense due to her words, and CEO Dojin and his sister sit silently as the girl approaches their table with the guards. Yunying, confused, quietly wonders who the girl bothering them is, while CEO Dojin remains silent and visibly angry. The girl gives a sly smile and continues taunting and mocking them without pause, while Yunying innocently stares at her, not understanding the reason behind the sudden hostility. The girl asks Yunying for her name, and Yunying simply replies, Anyong. The girl begins mocking Yunying and her family, especially ridiculing her simple clothes, comparing her to her mother, and calling them both pitiful. She turns to CEO Dojin and with a provocative tone asks if she's right in what she's saying, but he remains silent and furious, refusing to answer. The girl grows visibly angry at being ignored and not getting a reaction to her taunts. Then she turns back to Yunying and in a clearly threatening tone calls her an annoying little brat. The arrogant girl continues provoking CEO Dojin, sarcastically asking Yunying if she knows the meaning of the word vagrant. Say Dojin looks at her with utter coldness, then sharply retorts, calling her as ugly as an orc. The girl is utterly shocked by this unexpected response, staring at him in disbelief. She replies in a stunned, hesitant voice, asking if she really heard him correctly. CEO Jun keeps glaring at her with fierce, angry eyes. CEO Jun recalls the harsh past of the real CEO Jun, who was born into severe poverty. After his mother died when he was 7, he was forced to move in with his biological father. But his life never improved as he suffered for more than 10 years from discrimination and neglect at the hands of his father's legal wife. He was eventually kicked out again and went to live with his maternal grandmother and his half-sister Yunying, whom he had never met before. Say Dojin feels deep sadness and wonders how the original CEO Dojin endured all this injustice and cruelty in silence. Then he makes a firm decision that from now on everything will be different. CEO Dojin turns toward the arrogant girl with confident, challenging eyes and tells her that he lived with her for 12 years, and yet she still disgusts him. He sharply calls her hopeless from her features to her awful personality and foolish mind. He continues harshly saying that she's always jealous of girls who are prettier and kinder than her, and that she clings to a deep inferiority complex. He adds that she's never any better than Anyang, who truly and honestly cares about her brother's financial situation. The girl looks at him in anger, her face clearly showing the shock of his biting insult. She screams furiously, demanding to know what he just said. Suddenly, everyone hears a woman's calm voice saying, "Dude Jun, it's been a long time." The girl is stunned when she sees her, crying out, "Mom!" and rushing over to her, complaining tearfully about what Seo Dojin said to her. But the mother responds harshly, telling her to be quiet and to stop behaving in such an inappropriate way. Ignoring her daughter's actions, the mother turns to Seo Dojin with a seemingly gentle tone, asking if he's all right. As Seo Dojin leaves, the mother chides him in a voice that sounds sympathetic, saying that even if he's busy, he should still visit the house from time to time. Inside, Seo Dojin is filled with anger, thinking about the hypocrisy of this woman who hurt him the most for 12 years. The mother continues provoking him, claiming that his father worries about him a lot and expressing her disgust in an obviously insincere way. Dojin turns to her with a furious glare and tells her bluntly that their relationship is not the kind that allows her to ask about him or interfere in his life. Then he sharply tells her to get out of his sight immediately. The woman feels deeply insulted and humiliated in front of everyone by Seo Jun's firm and powerful response. She leaves overcome with anger and embarrassment while her daughter stands behind her, stunned by this sharp and humiliating confrontation. As the woman walked away angrily, she wondered to herself if this person was really the Seo Dojin she used to know, the one who would always lower his head, even when beaten for no reason. Her daughter hurried after her, calling out and asking her to wait for a moment. Meanwhile, Seo Dojin quietly turned to his sister Yunyang and told her it was time to leave, and she immediately agreed. Seo Dojin thought confidently to himself, declaring internally that the Seo Dojin, who used to remain silent and endure abuse, was completely gone, warning his enemies that it was in their best interest to realize that quickly. The car carrying the woman, her daughter, and the guards sped away from the scene. Inside the car, the girls started yelling in anger, demanding to know why they left like that, and insisting that Seo Dojin be punished for what he had done. Angrily asking if she knew what Seo Dojin had said to her, but the mother ignored her and coldly addressed one of her guards, saying, "Chief Lee." The mother turned to the guard and sharply asked why Seo Dojin was still alive. Guard Lee nervously replied that the report stated Kong Kale had already left Seo Dojin in the Rift Zone. The mother screamed in furious rage, saying that Seo Dojin was supposed to be dead and wondering how he could still be alive. Guard Lee immediately apologized and promised to investigate the matter again. The girl was shocked by what she heard and began questioning her mother about what she meant by saying Seo Dojin should be dead, but the mother gave no reply and remained silent, ignoring her daughter's question. The girl was left stunned and screamed at her mother in disbelief. "Did you really try to kill Seo Dojin?" Then, completely shocked, she continued, her voice filled with anger and jealousy. Her mother asked if she still had feelings for Seo Dojin. She replied that she absolutely had no feelings for him. The mother exploded in fury, grabbing her daughter's face and shouting vehemently, warning her that neither her grandfather nor her father must ever find out about this. She threatened her daughter violently and warned her not to interfere again, making it clear that this matter concerned her alone and she would handle it herself. The daughter was terrified and left speechless. Internally, the mother continued to see with rage, vowing to herself that Seo Dojin dared to challenge her, even though he was just a worthless, illegitimate child. She decided that she would make him disappear at any cost. The story flashes back to 10 years ago when Rift Zones first appeared. These zones caused dangerous monsters to emerge, attacking and mercilessly killing people. The world fell into extreme chaos as a result of these events. However, the situation gradually began to stabilize with the emergence of heroes who were able to fight back against the monsters. From the monsters, people obtained magical stones called mana stones, which became the world's new source of energy. After that, nations started transforming these dangerous rift zones into organized gates. Now, the entire world revolves around gates and heroes, with a whole industry centered on these gates. Elsewhere, Seo Dojin realized that the only way to make money in this new world was to become a hero. Seo Dojin arrives at a building called Yongjungpo which serves as the headquarters of HC Finance Company. In that place, which looks like an old building, a man is smoking a cigarette while watching the situation with anticipation. SEO Dojin enters the building, surprising the man and his companions with the presence. The man asks him sternly who he was, then adds angrily if he really dares to show up there after having messed with his men before. Dojin responds with complete calm, saying that the more he thinks about it, the more he realizes he's suffered a significant loss. The man is puzzled by CEO Jun's words and asks him what he means by loss. CEO Jun continues, explaining coldly that he deserves substantial compensation for the material and moral damages he has suffered. The man with glasses stares at CEO Dojin, thinking to himself that CEO Jun's personality has changed a lot since entering the gate. The man also concludes that CEO Dojin must have awakened his power inside the gate. He steps towards CEO Dojin, threatening him and saying he knows very well what happens to people who become arrogant after awakening in the gates. Suddenly, other men approach and surround CEO Jun, clearly threatening him. The main man stands up and moves closer to CEO Dojin in an aggressive manner. The man angrily explains that he has seen many people become dank heroes, but in the end, they were nothing but trash. He also asserts that he has plenty of D-rank heroes who don't even allow anyone to speak to them. Dojin remains silent, ignoring all the threats he hears. But the main man angrily orders him to sit down, thinking he has ended the conversation. Dojin firmly replies that he hasn't finished talking yet. The man becomes extremely angry at Seijin's manner of response and tries to attack him suddenly. But the man is utterly shocked when he discovers that CEO Jun has moved at incredible speed. SEO Dojin deliver a powerful punch to a man, making him collapse instantly. After that, CEO Jun continues attacking the rest of the men who had surrounded him with extreme ease. During the fight, CEO Dojin tells them that he knows very well their business isn't limited to just usurious lending. He then adds while continuing the fight that he's also aware they forge identities. SEO Dojin clarifies that if he wants to start making money, he needs an official hero ID card. SEO Dojin continues fighting non-stop, effortlessly, and skillfully dodging the men's attacks. Then he stands among the defeated men, lying on the ground, and coldly demands that the main man provide him with a genuine hero ID card without any errors or issues. He adds in a firm tone that it must be ready by tomorrow. The main man feels intense fear, thinking to himself that Dojin might not be just a D-rank hero, but possibly be rank or higher. As Dojin continues speaking to the man he knocked to the ground, he demands a clear answer to his question. So, the man quickly decides to agree to CEO Jun's request out of fear of his anger. But CEO Dojin stops him again, telling him that there's something else he wants to know as well. Then, CEO Jun asks him sharply and threateningly if Hong Hiju was the one who ordered him to kill him. The man clearly recalls in his mind the features of Hong Hiju when she gave him the order. But he remains silent and does not answer. Because of the man's silence, CEO Dojin becomes even angrier and presses down hard on his face, demanding once again that he answer. The man screams in pain and terror, quickly confessing that Hong Haiju really did order him to do it. He explains that Hong Haiju hoped CEO Dojin would fall so deeply into debt that he would be forced to commit suicide. Then the man adds, still screaming in terror, that this is exactly what Hong Hiju told him. Dojin remains calm after hearing this confession, while the man begs him to let him go. CEO Dojin mocks the man's words about suicide, saying that this explains why he was locked inside the gate. The man immediately tries to defend himself, insisting that he knew nothing about the gate situation. He continues defending himself, saying that if CEO Dojin died, he wouldn't get any money, so why would he send him there in the first place? Dojin listens to the man's words with interest and thinks quietly. Then CEO Dojin suddenly remembers the name Kong Kail Wu and says it out loud. CEO Jun explains to the man that Kong Kail Wu was the one who put him in the gate and asked the man to bring him all the information related to this person by tomorrow. The man agrees, immediately visibly terrified. Dojin leaves the place calmly, leaving the men in a state of extreme fear and panic. As he walks, Co Dojin remembers his wish to live with his grandmother and his sister Yunying in the safest house possible. Sei Dojin decides to himself that he must work to achieve this goal. As he walks with confident steps, Co Dojin obtains a hero identification card from the man he ordered to get it for him. Co Dojin uses the ID card on an electronic device to verify its authenticity. The device verifies the validity of Dojin's hero identification card and confirms it is valid. Nevertheless, a clear warning appears on the device stating that Co Dojin's level is lower than the recommended level for entry. But Co Dojin mutters in annoyance that the man should have given him a higher rank like rank A instead of his current rank. Co Jun ignores the warning and confidently proceeds through the entrance while the device continues to issue its warning. Information is provided about the Bamseum Gate, which is classified as B rank, but is small like a D rank gate, and authorities recommend not entering except as part of a team of 2 or more people. Nevertheless, the information also states that because the gate is structured as a tunnel, it only allows individual entry, which makes it difficult to complete except for those who are at least rank. SEO Dojin keeps advancing inside the gate, ignoring all the warnings that appear before him. The text explains that if he is unlucky, he might have to face hundreds of monsters alone in a dark and narrow tunnel. Co Dojin begins facing the monsters, but he never seems afraid. Rather, he appears to enjoy the fight. Co Dojin's battle begins with a gigantic and fierce serpent-shaped monster. Co Dojin displays great skill as he dodges the snake's repeated and rapid attacks, releasing poisonous venom from its fangs in an attempt to injure him. Sa Dojin realizes that the monster is a black fong serpent, a type of extremely poisonous creature that can kill with even a small dose of venom. Sei Dojin successfully lands a powerful and direct blow on the monster. He continues fighting with swift and skillful movements, delivering consecutive strikes to the beast. SEO Dojin moves at high speed, trying to avoid the deadly venom the monster spreads around him. He manages to evade being poisoned and feels relieved by this success. He looks at the glove he's wearing, which has been splashed with some of the venom, and thinks to himself that at least he managed to profit 300,001 from it. In a moment of intense focus, Co Jun senses a quick movement from the monster and prepares to face it again. The monster attacks with great force, but Co Jun blocks it with obvious ease. As a result of this confrontation, the monster is pushed forcefully backward, its venom spreading through the area. Sejun stands tall as he watches the monster fall before him. Defeated, he approaches, searching for magic stones inside its body, but finds nothing and calmly says there is no magic stone inside. Co Dojin confirms that based on his previous experience, the probability of finding a magic stone inside a black fong serpent is less than 3%. Co Dojin realizes he needs to hunt hundreds of monsters to gather enough stones and tells himself calmly that he should be prepared for this effort. He continues advancing through the gate, arriving at an area filled with bones and monster corpses. A massive skull appears before him, and Sei Dojin wonders if this is the gate's boss monster. Co Jun raises his head to confirm the presence of the boss monster and prepares to face it. The boss monster appears before him, a colossal serpent with glowing green eyes. Co Dojin feels relieved that the boss monster showed itself, saying he didn't know the way to it, so this is very convenient. SEO Dojin decides to attack immediately and end the battle quickly. However, he is surprised to discover that his attacks do not reach the monster's body. He wonders to himself why his strikes aren't able to effectively hit the monster. Co Dojin continues his attempts, moving swiftly as he dodges the boss monster's attacks. He finally succeeds in landing a very powerful blow on the monster. The boss monster screams in pain and shock after receiving that fierce blow. SEO Dojin continues fighting with extremely fast and powerful strikes. He moves with great agility, dodging the boss monster's attacks and delivering another strong blow. Seo Dojin manages to land a finishing blow on the boss monster, confirming his dominance in this battle. As the confrontation between Seo Dojin and the giant serpent continues, Seo Dojin realizes, just as he expected, that the skin of this monster is extremely tough and completely different from the previous monsters he faced, to the point that his strikes have no effect on it. Seo Dojin stands there wondering to himself what he can do now, wishing he could regain his former strength, because a monster like this would have been easily defeated before. At that moment, Seo Dojin notices something lying on the ground next to him and turns his attention to it. He approaches to discover that the object he noticed is an old sword lying on the ground. Seo Jun examines the sword closely and decides that even though it is old, he has no other option but to use it. Seo Dojin confidently picks up the sword from the ground, remarking that the value of a sword lies in the skill of the one who wields it, not in its quality or age. Now Seo Dojin prepares to face the monster using the sword, saying that he will borrow this weapon for a while. Seo Jun attacks the monster fiercely with the sword, delivering a powerful strike to the monster. During his assault, Seo Dojin tells the monster that it should consider it an honor to be destroyed by his hand. The monster lets out a loud scream of pain after receiving the blow from Seo Dojin. Jun continues delivering successive sword strikes, asserting his complete control over the battle. These consecutive attacks cause severe damage to the monster, which is now clearly losing the fight entirely. Seo Dojin, after the confrontation ends and the monster falls, notices a stone falling quickly from the monster and catches it before it is lost. He notes that it's a bit short for a long sword, but says that the sword could be useful if its edge were sharpened a bit. Seo Dojin leaves the area, expressing his satisfaction with the results he achieved, considering them better than what he got in the previous Namsun Gate. Seo Dojin exits the gate late at night, feeling annoyed that a single B-rank gate took him so long to complete. Seo Dojin tells himself firmly that regaining his strength is now his top priority. Seo Dojin feels relieved that his old comrades did not see him in his current state, which he considers weak compared to what he once was. The scene shifts to a Mon shop where a man takes out the stones he collected and places them on the table. The shopkeeper tells the man that he has a good number of stones, but reminds him that the usual commission is 40%. The man tries to object, saying that this commission is too high, and asks the shopkeeper to lower it since he is a regular customer. The shopkeeper clearly responds that the store's commission is the lowest among other shops, and that the base commission at the gate center is 5%. The shopkeeper also confirms that the store keeps no sales records, meaning the man won't have to pay any taxes on the amount he receives. The man agrees, convinced that this really is to his benefit. After that, the man curiously asks the shopkeeper what happened to his face, which clearly looks injured. The shopkeeper replies angrily and with frustration that he doesn't want to talk about it, explaining that a crazy person broke into the place, beat the guards badly, and injured him as well. The customer jokes that maybe the defeat was because the guards he hired were only C rank, and explains to him the difference in real abilities at each rank. Then the man wonders whether the abilities of someone working as a shop guard could ever compare to those of a hero who risks his life fighting monsters. The man leaves the shop with a smile, telling the shopkeeper that they are not strangers and that he can ask for his help anytime he needs it. Seo Jun continues on his way, calmly inside the shop after the other man leaves. The employee who was previously beaten notices his presence and is overcome with terror when he sees him again. Suddenly, the employee screams, pointing at Seo Dojin and telling the large man next to him that this is the person who assaulted him. The large man is surprised by the accusation and looks at Seo Dojin, wondering if this young man was really the one who caused all this chaos, describing him as tall and handsome. The large man approaches Seo Dojin angrily and asks if he was the one who caused trouble in the place, emphasizing that it's inappropriate for a hero to hit a regular person. The employee feels confident and relieved, believing that the large man is a veteran hero with 7 years of experience and that Co Dojin won't be able to face him easily. But Co Dojin responds with utter coldness, telling the large man to mind his own business and leave immediately. The large man and the employee are both utterly shocked by Co Dojin's bold and unexpected response. Co Jun continues, speaking calmly, provoking the large man by sarcastically asking if he really intends to avenge the employees he beat up. The man feels intense anger and thinks to himself that he needs to teach Co Dojin a harsh lesson. But the veteran hero suddenly remembers an important fact that most hero deaths don't come from monsters, but from conflicts with other heroes, which fills him with tension and reignites his instinct for fear and caution as a hero of 7 years. The veteran quickly decides that it's best to avoid a confrontation for now. So, he leaves the place in a hurry, apologizing that he's very busy and hoping they'll meet again. After the large man leaves, Co Dojin turns toward the employee, giving him a sharp look. Se Dojin asks the employee in a chillingly calm tone if he has any more complaints against him. The employee is extremely flustered and can't respond. So, Co Dojin tosses a bag full of high-quality Mona stones in front of him and asks him to calculate their value. The employee is utterly shocked at the sight of so many high-quality Mana stones and wonders to himself about Co Dojin's true identity. After counting the stones, the employee announces that the total value is 150 million won. Co Dojin expresses his annoyance at how little the amount is despite working all day and orders the employee to bring him the money. The employee fearfully reminds Co Dojin that he has to deduct the commission, but Co Dojin gives him a terrifying look that makes him question if he said something wrong. Se Dojin changes his stance with icy calm and tells him the commission is only 1%, demanding he hand over 148.5 million won immediately. The employee loses his composure and yells that the commission is 40%, not 1%, but he calms down a bit and explains that any transaction exceeding 100 million won requires approval from his superior. SEO Dojin coldly tells him to get approval immediately. The employee instantly calls his superior, explaining the situation with clear tension and fear. Co Dojin suddenly takes the phone from the employee and addresses the superior directly, demanding that he give the employee an order to hand over the money. The superior tries to ask for the phone back so he can clarify the situation, but Co Dojin angrily throws the phone hard against the wall. In the end, Se Dojin tells the employee that the superior understood the matter well and ordered him to bring the money. The employee gives in to Seojin's clear threat, agrees to his demand in a quiet voice, and hands him the large amount of cash he requested. Co Dojin calmly leaves the shop after receiving the money, and with a mocking smile, tells the employee that they should make another good deal next time as well. A strong-built man arrives at the shop and sharply asks the employee why he didn't answer his phone and what he meant by the call he received earlier. The employee, now completely broken and distressed, tells the man that he can't continue working anymore and announces his resignation. The employee looks at the phone shattered against the wall, desperately repeating that he just can't endure this any longer. At that moment, the phone rings again and the employee turns toward it nervously, feeling frustrated and hopeless. On the other end of the call, the same man speaks and asks a girl named Han Yun to come immediately. Han Joan appears, a girl with elegant purple hair, confidently walking through the street while drawing admiring looks from the people around her. When Han Yun enters the shop, the employee is utterly shocked and screams in disbelief when he sees her. Han Joy smiles calmly and assures the employee that she is indeed Hyun Joan, the one he was called to meet. The employee realizes at that moment that Han Yin is a fourth-ranked hero in Korea and vaguely remembers that she is his boss's niece, wondering why she came to this place. Han Joan explains to the employee that she came because her uncle complained to her about a severe headache caused by a hero who forced him to sell mana stones. Han Yin seriously asks the employee to tell her all the details about what happened in the shop. Meanwhile, Seo Dojin is busy trying to regain his former strength through training and meditation, knowing that regaining his power is the most important thing at this stage. Seo Dojin realizes that mana in the current world is much scarcer than in the world he previously lived in, and he believes that regaining his full strength may take as long as 3 years or more. Seo Dojin thinks it would be good if he could get some good equipment to help him during this period. But he notices that the equipment available in this world is very limited and of mediocre quality. Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the house, and Seo Jun's grandmother screams in terror, thinking it's an earthquake. His little sister, Yunying, screams in fear, asking if what's happening is really an earthquake. At that moment, Seo Jun quickly realizes that what's happening isn't an ordinary earthquake, but something far more dangerous. Suddenly, huge cracks appear in the sky, and a massive rift forms in the air above the city. Seo Jun watches what's happening with great concern, fully aware that this is the emergence of a new and dangerous rift zone. Seo Jun hears his sister Yunying calling out to him in panic, yelling, "Brother!" The scene shifts to the Seoul Hero Association building, where the monitoring team receives urgent news of a new rift appearing in the Mapo district. The team leader realizes the severity of the situation when he discovers that the rift appeared in a residential area, and he is deeply worried about the possibility of civilians who are not heroes entering the rift. The leader explains with fear that if any civilian enters the rift zone, no one else can enter, and if the civilian dies inside, a wave of monsters will pour out of the rift zone into the city. He emphasizes that if that happens, the entire city of Seoul will be in imminent danger, threatening everyone's lives. Elsewhere, Hong Hiju appears in a state of intense anger, slamming the table forcefully and screaming that it would have been better if she had killed that bastard herself instead of complicating things and paying money to get rid of him. Hong Haiju yells at Director Lee, ordering him to make sure Kong Chul will kill Seo Dojin, adding that if he fails to kill Seo Dojin, they will have to pay back the money they received 10 times over. Director Lee agrees and assures her that he will personally oversee the matter until the mission is completed. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Seo Dojin, who finds himself in a dense forest filled with tall trees, standing in the middle of it, deep in thought. Seo Dojin finds it hard to believe the place he is now seeing before him, and remembers that this forest is the Batisqua Forest, which he used to visit often as a young child. Seo Dojin walks through the forest, observing everything around him, from the trees and plants to the blowing wind, feeling amazed at how closely the place resembles his memories. Seo Jun notices that the mana in the air is abundant, and that the shape of the sky and clouds is also exactly the same as in his old memories. Seo Jun decides to leave the forest in a certain direction, hoping he will find something he expects to see. As soon as he exits the forest, he is astonished to see the World Tree, the gigantic legendary tree he always knew. Seo Dojin realizes that this tree is an extremely ancient spiritual tree that contains a vast flow of pure high-quality mana. Seo Jun remembers that the destruction of the previous world was caused by the burning of this tree, which led to the collapse of the mana flow in that world. He is amazed to see the World Tree completely intact and realizes that this means he can regain his former strength. Seo Dojin smiles confidently, affirming to himself that he can now recover all the mana he previously lost. Seo Dojin sits under the World Tree and enters a state of deep concentration to absorb pure mana from it. Seo Dojin remains in complete focus, continuously absorbing mana from the World Tree. Days pass, 1 day, then 2, then 3 days, and he is still sitting in the same spot, deeply immersed in meditation and mana absorption. Seo Dojin forgets about eating and drinking, remaining in this state for 10 whole days, focusing only on breathing and absorbing mana. At the end of this long period, Seo Dojin breathes with relief. Suddenly, Seo Dojin senses strange movement and suspicious sounds coming from inside the forest. Strange glowing creatures appear before him, and Sei Dojin mutters angrily, calling them by their known name, Volcana. Sei Dojin immediately remembers that these are the same creatures that burned the world tree in the past and caused the destruction of the previous world. The creatures quickly head toward the world tree, trying to destroy it once again. Sei Dojin prepares to face them, wishing he had a water-based weapon to help him in this battle. The glowing creatures rush at him at tremendous speed to attack him. But Sei Dojin quickly decides that the lack of a weapon doesn't matter and that he can face them with his current strength. He confidently declares that he will crush them all without exception. Sei Dojin begins to use the power he gained from the pure mana to attack them. He manages to deliver an extremely powerful blow to the monsters, which begin to collapse before his overwhelming strength. Sei Dojin begins his battle against the monsters called Volcana. Showing intense focus during the fight, Sei Dojin unleashes his mana energy on a massive scale, surrounding himself with it. He notes to himself that the dense mana has been released in the form of chai to execute a powerful explosion against the monsters. Sei Dojin breathes a sigh of relief after launching the attack, noting that it's been a long time since he released such a large amount of mana at once. The volcano monsters appear again, filled with rage, and begin attacking him. Sei Dojin confronts them swiftly and powerfully, using the concentrated mana to hurl it toward them. He advances toward the monsters with strength and confidence. He is able to block the monsters' attacks easily, appearing calm during the confrontation. Sei Dojin declares that he has made sure the world tree is safe and now decides to check how much mana he has regained by using his eyes. Sei Dojin confidently moves toward the monsters trying to attack him again. One of the monsters tries to attack him with great ferocity, opening its wide mouth full of sharp fangs. But Sei Dojin counters the monster's assault with tremendous force, using his fist to deliver a crushing blow directly into the monster's mouth. After this powerful strike, the monster is defeated and a red gem drops from its body onto the ground. Sei Dojin approaches the gem and confirms that he managed to obtain it. He smiles confidently and announces to the monsters that once he finishes defeating them all, he'll be able to obtain a rare item called the Eternal Ember. He continues with a confident smile, saying that he should be able to get this item. Sei Dojin recalls that the probability of acquiring this item used to be very high in the past. He decides to test the odds of getting more of these items from the remaining monsters and starts attacking them with power and ferocity. More red and yellow gems fall from the monsters Dojin defeats, and he observes them carefully. Then he notices the Eternal Ember already among the gems and picks it up carefully. Sei Dojin feels satisfied as he obtains this item, once again expressing his surprise at getting it back. As Dojin contemplates the Eternal Ember in his hands with great focus, Dojin realizes he wants to absorb more mana from the World Tree, but knows that his current body can't handle anymore. So he decides to absorb the energy of the Eternal Ember instead and convert the mana in his body into the fire element. Sei Dojin remembers that in the past, he didn't even need to absorb such rare items himself. He moves around and collects the scattered gems that fell from the monsters. Sei Dojin continues absorbing the energy of the Eternal Ember until the last drop he can handle. Meanwhile, outside the Rift Zone, large crowds of people gather watching the Rift with fear and great anticipation. A state of chaos and tension spreads among those watching, and someone shouts in anger and extreme anxiety. Damn it! The events begin with intense anger from a man named Bang Wu, who expresses his frustration and annoyance at what one crazy person did, wondering why there's all this trouble. Another man, Kim Hyun Woo, responds, pointing out that the person in question did it in an attempt to save his little sister. But Bang Gun Woo angrily rejects this, saying it's just an excuse, claiming that person heard a rumor about. It's easy to awaken in Rift Zone and entered without thinking about others. He adds that if he wants to die, he should do it alone without causing trouble for everyone else. Kim Hyun Woo asks Bang Gun Woo what the guild leader said. The latter replies that the leader just ordered them to wait. Kim Hyun-woo wonders why they're waiting, and Bang Gun-woo explains that rift zones have appeared simultaneously in several major countries like the United States, China, Britain, Turkey, and Switzerland. Kim Hyun-woo understands why the leader is busy, commenting that this is the first time something like this has happened. He then adds that other countries were able to control the situation while only they are having problems because of that person he calls a beggar. Bang Yong-woo becomes angry and says he'll wait for that person to come out first, and then he'll smash his face. The huge mysterious rift continues to grow while the situation around it remains extremely tense and confusing. It is officially announced that 28 days have passed since the new rift appeared, and the Hero Association issues a warning about a wave of first-level monsters. It is also announced that if the civilian Mr. S who first entered the rift does not come out within the next 2 days, the situation will become very serious. The scene shifts to a man who appears to be in a leadership position who asks in surprise. So the civilian who entered first was that bastard CO Dojin. His assistant director Kim confirms that the information is accurate and that the civilian is indeed CO Dojin. The leader asks about the likelihood of CO Dojin returning alive, and Director Kim answers that if he's just a civilian, the chance is almost zero, about 1%. But the leader laughs mockingly, saying the chance of returning alive is less than 0.1%, and finds the idea of a civilian surviving to be ridiculous. The leader then continues mocking the Hero Association, saying they are making huge mistakes due to a lack of information. He then wonders, what if CO Dojin is actually awakened? Director Kim replies that if he's truly awakened, then it will depend on what hero rank he belongs to, admitting that it's difficult to make an accurate judgment in that case. The leader agrees with Director Kim, adding that simply being good at fighting and surviving in the rift isn't the same thing. Suddenly, the leader mentions that CO Dojin has 2 family members and suggests that they should secure them. Director Kim is surprised by this and asks what they're planning to do now. The leader responds with a chilling calmness, saying that they should treat the family well for now, but if CO Dojin dies, they'll sell his family's organs, and if he returns alive, they'll demand massive compensation and put him into debt. Meanwhile, CO Dojin continues his deep focus on absorbing energy from the world tree inside the rift. CO Jun feels a huge change in his body and power after absorbing the energy of the Eternal Ember and wonders to himself how much time has passed so far. He confirms that he has already absorbed hundreds of Eternal Embers. He declares to himself that he can now use Fire Element mana whenever he wants. He affirms that his resistance to fire has increased dramatically and considers that he's in a much better state than he was in the past when he was called the Swordmaster. CO Dojin touches the world tree with deep contemplation, recalling the past and comparing it to the present. With words of gratitude, CO Dojin thanks the world tree for the energy and strength it has given him. Then he begins gathering the red Mona stones he obtained during his battle with the monsters and places them in a small bag. CO Dojin looks at the world tree and says to himself with sadness that he might not see it again after this time. But then he tells it that if they ever meet again and it is in danger, he will protect it no matter what it takes. CO Jun exits the rift to the outside and notices that the area is completely devoid of people, wondering if everyone is left in preparation for the coming monster wave. Then CO Dojin senses a rather strong aura in a certain direction and immediately decides to head toward it. He moves at great speed toward that aura. Meanwhile, Bang Gun-woo and Kim Hun-woo are seen standing and talking together near the rift site. CO Dojin notices their clothes from a distance and realizes they are from the same group he met before the previous gate, and he thinks that if he gets caught by them, it would be very troublesome. CO Dojin decides to use his new power and releases a powerful fire blast toward them. The flames reach quickly and cause a huge explosion that surprises everyone. Kim Hyun-woo is astonished and shouts in surprise, wondering about the source of the sound, worried that it might be a fire. Panic spreads among the group, as they go to check for any civilian injuries. While everyone tries to flee and retreat from the area quickly, Bang Gun-woo and Kim Hun-woo are left in a state of shock and anger. And Bang Gun-woo furiously wonders why there is fire in this place. At the same time, Seo Dojin calmly walks away from the area, observing the flames he set, thinking about the quality and precision of the fire. Seo Dojin silently mentions the name Kozak and wonders if he would be impressed by this fire if he saw it. Then Seo Dojin remembers the past, saying that Kozak would definitely have been very pleased to see this fire, as he was the strongest fire mage on the continent. At that moment, Kim Hun-woo senses something strange and suddenly stops, telling Bang Gun-woo, "Wait." Kim then notices that the rift is acting abnormally and informs Bang Gun-woo. Everyone looks at the rift with astonishment and deep concern as it begins to change its shape in a strange and suspicious way. Bang Gun-woo becomes extremely tense as he wonders what is happening to the rift. Everyone's amazement grows as they notice that the rift is gradually disappearing from its place. During this time, Seo Dojin quietly walks away, leaving the area with confident steps, carrying his bag of stones. He glances back slightly with a serious look, expressing his determination and confidence in himself. A breaking news report airs in the city about the sudden disappearance of the new rift that had appeared in the Mapo district earlier this morning. The announcer declares that today marks the 28th day since Mr. Seo, an unregistered resident of Zone Z, entered the rift. The Hero Association, which had been anticipating a massive monster wave, was shocked by this unexpected disappearance and has launched a full investigation into the cause. At the same time, the news reports that a mysterious fire has broken out in a junkyard near the location of the rift. Some people in the streets begin commenting sarcastically that that bastard Seo Dojin must have died inside the rift. Some believe he got what he deserved, while others argue that it's common sense to stay away from a rift when it first appears. Another person calmly replies that someone has already lost their life and that such talk is unnecessary. One of them answers that people are lucky the disappearance of the rift saved Seoul from turning into a war zone. Could Dojin, walking in disguise under a hat, silently observes the situation and thinks to himself that if the rift is gone forever, he may never see the world tree again, but admits that maybe it's better this way. He raises his eyes to the sky and thinks that there is always something worth protecting no matter what happens. Dojin then heads toward the HCS Finance Company building in Yeongdongpa. Inside, two men are talking, saying that Seo Dojin is definitely dead, and therefore the old woman and the little girl, his grandmother, and his sister Yunying are as good as gone too. One of them replies that if they're unlucky, the family's organs will be sold. As for the grandmother, she's finished, but if the girl grows up, the boss might find some use for her in the future. So Dojin enters the building in disguise and coldly asks the men where their boss is. The boss, Kim, appears outside, walking with ease and confidence. He believes everything is calm now that Seo Dojin is dead and asks his assistant about his schedule for the day. The assistant informs him that he has a lunch appointment followed by a meeting with Director Bae in the evening. The boss smiles confidently and asks his assistant to call Miss Kong and prepare the new girls if any are available. He climbs the stairs unaware of what awaits him. Suddenly, he's stunned to see one of his men being violently attacked and thrown aside. The boss looks on in shock and fear as he sees blood streaming from the man's face after the sudden blow. He finds the man lying on the ground before Seo Dojin, who stands firmly facing everyone. The man rises coughing up blood and faces Seo Dojin, who orders him to crawl toward him like a dog. Terror appears on the boss's face as he hesitates to obey the command. Seo Dojin continues humiliating the boss in front of everyone, kicking the table hard again to assert his dominance. Seo Dojin then mockingly asks the boss if he didn't hear him properly. The boss crawls on the ground towards Seo Dojin, who is sitting cross-legged on a chair, and then commands him to bark like a dog. Seo Dojin tells him that someone like him doesn't deserve to be treated like a human and orders him to bark as loudly as possible. The boss Kim is forced to bark repeatedly like a dog, screaming in fear and humiliation in front of everyone. The boss's men in a room hear Seo Dojin demanding their leader to bark louder and more clearly. In the end, the humiliation deepens as the boss continues barking loudly while everyone watches the scene in horror and disbelief. Seo Dojin sits back relaxed and scolds the men around him, calling them hypocrites who grovel before him and pretend to be obedient, yet are ready to stab him in the back at the first opportunity. He turns to Hong Chong-seop and addresses him sharply, asking if he thinks this is the first time he's dealt with trash like him. President Hang Chong-seop begins to beg Seo Dojin for mercy, pleading for forgiveness and promising to serve him loyally like a dog for the rest of his life. But Seo Dojin refuses to hear his pleas and shouts at him to shut up, delivering a powerful kick that sends him flying. Seo Dojin then turns to the assistant with glasses and calls out to him, saying glasses, which catches the man off guard. He tells him that he is the president now and advises him not to waste his life working like a dog under someone as lowly as the former boss. Seo Dojin gestures toward the former president lying motionless on the floor and tells the new assistant that getting rid of garbage like him isn't difficult. The assistant with glasses hesitates and says that the former president has many connections and that suddenly taking over might raise suspicion. The assistant continues to plead for mercy and to give the president another chance, prompting Seo Dojin to snap back angrily. Seo Dojin then reminds the assistant of their usual methods of eliminating people, like dumping them into the sea or disposing of them in scrapyards. He threatens everyone that if they don't get rid of the former president, he will throw him into a gate to become monster food. President Hong Chong-seop continues begging Seo Dojin for mercy, repeatedly promising that he'll serve him like a dog. But Seo Dojin completely ignores his desperate pleasing. Seo Dojin thinks to himself that he should finish Hong Chong-seop now to avoid future trouble. Then he sighs, wondering if he has grown too soft or lenient. Seo Dojin extends his hand toward Hong Chong-seop and tells him to come to him. Hang approaches slowly and hesitantly. Seo Dojin grabs him and coldly says he accepts his apology for the past. Then he adds that from now on he'll treat him like an older brother. But Huang is suddenly stunned. Flames suddenly ignite in Hong Chong-seop's hand, causing him to panic in terror. As the flames blaze in Seo Dojin's eyes, Hang's terrified reflection is visible in them. Seo Dojin slams Huang Chong-se up to the ground with great force, leaving him writhing in pain. Seo Dojin leaves the building, delivering a final warning to everyone. If anyone dares to harm his family again, he will kill them all. He commands them to guard his family for the rest of their lives without pause. Meanwhile, official news reports declare that Seo Dojin has been confirmed dead in the rift. According to the government and multiple media outlets, Seo Dojin quietly sits in a public place, reading the news on his phone, seeing his own death being reported everywhere. He thinks to himself that even if he announced he was alive, it would only cause more chaos and problems. He decides to take his time to reflect while his little sister, Yunying, sits happily in front of him, enjoying her meal with great delight. Seo Dojin feels joy as he watches Yunying enjoying her food so cheerfully and innocently. Yunying expresses her joy and excitement about moving to a new place. Seo Dojin tells her that she will be going to kindergarten like the other kids and that she'll start school next year as well. But suddenly sadness appears on Yang's face and she falls completely silent. Seo Dojin notices her sadness and asks in surprise if she doesn't want to go to kindergarten. Hyang responds with deep sorrow, saying that the kids there make fun of her because she doesn't have a mother or father. Seo Dojin goes quiet, visibly affected and saddened by what his little sister said. After a moment, he gently and softly tells her that it's okay, and she doesn't have to go to kindergarten or meet those mean kids. She could go straight to school next year instead. On's expression immediately changes, and she smiles happily, asking with delight if she really doesn't have to go to kindergarten. Seo Dojin calmly confirms and agrees with her. Seo Dojin thinks to himself that maybe the solution is to send her to a prestigious private school where no one would dare to mock her or look down on her. He then remembers a previous moment at the motel where he had scolded his assistant, the one with glasses, for making his grandmother and younger sister stay in a motel, asking if he had any common sense at all. The assistant tries to justify it, saying the motel is owned by them and therefore very safe. But Seo Dojin cuts him off and tells him not to waste his breath with excuses. Inside the room, Yunying screams with joy when she sees her brother, Seo Dojin, enter. She and their grandmother run to him and hug him tightly with happiness and longing. The grandmother grabs Seo Dojin's hand firmly and says with a trembling voice that she can barely believe he's really back, almost crying from joy and emotion. Meanwhile, Yunying continues crying as she repeatedly calls out to her brother, "Ae, Oe." Seo Dojin looks at her feeling a deep sadness and clear emotion in response to his sister and grandmother's reaction. Then he gently reassures them that he truly is back, that he's alive, and that he returned just for them. In a later scene, Yunying asks her brother, Seo Dojin, if he's a hero too. Seo Dojin kindly replies by asking if she really wants him to be one. But she tells him with great sadness that she hopes he isn't a hero because from what she's heard, heroes fight scary monsters and sometimes die in the process. She shows him an innocent drawing representing their family and says that she and their grandmother want him to stay with them for a very long time. Seo Dojin is deeply moved by his little sister's sincere words. He then starts recalling his past life in that dark and brutal world he once lived in. He also remembers how much he lost in his long battles against monsters. But now he admits that he's gained something precious on this journey, something he had once forgotten, his family. Seo Dojin quietly observes his family, sitting together peacefully in their new home, and tells himself that as long as he's in this place, he can protect this small happiness. The scene shifts to a wide aerial view of the city, with a large building visible in the background. The story moves inside that building where a man named Nat Tai Hwang, the founder of the Hero Association in Korea and a member of the Global Hero Alliance, appears and says in a serious tone, "So they still haven't found anything yet." His assistant responds respectfully, confirming that no information has been discovered so far and apologizing deeply. Nat Tai Hwang was deeply frustrated by his inability to determine the cause behind the mysterious disappearance of the rift. He expressed concern that the rift vanishing on its own could mean it might reappear at any time. His assistant, in a serious and worried tone, confirmed that such uncertainty is extremely dangerous and said perhaps it would have been better if a monster wave had appeared instead of this unpredictability. But Nat Tai Hwang suddenly stopped her and insisted that people's safety was the most important thing. He apologized to his assistant for his excessive reaction. Nat Tai Hwang is ranked among the top 100 heroes in the world. He is the founder of the Korean Hero Association and a senior member of the Global Hero Union. It's also noted that he could have become president if he wanted to, but he has no interest in the position. He is described as caring only about protecting citizens and being prepared for emerging rifts. Nat Hwang instructs his assistant to continue investigating the matter thoroughly, no matter how long it takes. She then informs him that the owner of the house near the rift site has agreed to sell the property, which gives Nat Tai Hwang some relief. He also asks her to ensure the owner receives a generous additional payment, so they don't feel bitter or resentful, emphasizing that compensating them for losing their home is well worth it. Nat Tai Hwang then anxiously wonders what is really going on, especially since the rift didn't just appear in Korea, but in several other countries at the same time. His assistant confirms that the United States and China have already managed to control the rifts that appeared in their territories, but the real problem now lies in the United Kingdom. She explains that most of Britain's strongest heroes have already been sent to confront rifts elsewhere. Suddenly, an urgent alert appears on Nat Tai Hwang's device, and he looks at it in shock and horror. The breaking news announces a new and dangerous rift has appeared in the United Kingdom, and that a state of emergency has been declared there. Citizens are advised to stay alert. The scene shifts to the street where CEO Dojin walks unnoticed among the crowd, staying in disguise. CEO Dojin heads toward a store that specializes in buying Mona stones, where he notices large promotional banners advertising high prices for stones. As soon as CEO Dojin enters the store, the employee screams in terror upon seeing him. The employee shouts for the manager, pointing at Sei Dojin and saying that the person he thought was a bird at first is actually a human. The manager asks if he's referring to that specific person, then turns to CEO Dojin angrily and asks if he's the one who forced the employee to sell stones while he was away. But CEO Dojin responds calmly and sarcastically, saying he arrived at just the right time because he has a large number of mana stones he wants to sell, and he had hoped to find someone high-ranking who could handle the transaction. He throws his heavy bag of mana stones onto the floor with force, creating a loud thud. The manager looks at the stones and assumes they're low-grade like the last time. Deciding he won't deal with CEO Dojin again, he tells him to leave immediately. CEO Dojin is surprised by the manager's reaction and sharply asks if he doesn't want to do business with him. The manager insists angrily that dealing with Sei Dojin at just a 1% commission is unreasonable and results in major losses. He says he won't work with him again, but Sei Dojin responds calmly and confidently, saying the manager will regret that decision with a clear look of challenge on his face. The manager retorts that it's impossible to reason with him, adding that there's a reason the Gate Center charges a 5% fee and says there's no point explaining anything to someone like him. He insists on his position and orders CEO Dojin to leave the store and never return. As Sei Dojin emptied his bag onto the floor inside the store, a large number of red mon spilled out. Both the employee and the manager were astonished upon seeing such a vast quantity of valuable stones. Then the manager noticed a particularly special stone among them known as the Hero Mana Stone, which is rumored to be worth over 1,000 times the annual income of an average person. But CEO Dojin calmly responded to their amazed looks, saying that if they weren't interested in buying the stones, he could simply forget it and leave. The properties of the Hero Mana Stone were clearly explained, being an extremely rare stone with immense power and tremendous monetary value. A story was mentioned about a well-known drug dealer from Mexico named Crazy Man who once tried to dismantle mana stones to create drugs. But while doing so, the Mona's power awakened him as a hero for the first time. Since then, these stones have become highly important to heroes because of their incredible strength and ability to enhance mana. In the store, the manager and the employee kept staring at the rare stone in astonishment, fully aware of its great value. But CEO Dojin calmly asked them to return the stones to the bag because he was going to leave. The manager's attitude changed instantly, and he addressed CEO Dojin with extreme politeness and a wide smile, asking him to sit for a moment while they assessed the stones. The employee immediately began gathering the stones and carefully arranging them on the table. CEO Jun sat and waited for the evaluation, drinking his beverage with cold detachment. While waiting, the manager cautiously tried to discuss the commission rate of only 0.5%, expressing concern that it was too low. CEO Dojin responded indifferently, telling him, "Then don't accept the deal." The manager became extremely tense and quickly apologized, clarifying that he didn't mean to reject it. He was just curious. The manager asked CEO Dojin why he reduced the commission to 0.5%, and CEO Dojin replied by stating the reason was simply his annoyance. The manager was filled with fear and quickly apologized, admitting he had made a mistake by not thinking carefully. CEO Dojin responded with obvious coldness, saying he was tired of hearing apologies and clearly asked whether the manager would accept the raid or not. The employee watched the situation unfold, feeling angry about the way CEO Dojin was treating his manager, internally calling him rude and arrogant. The manager tried to explain the significance of these stones and said that most other companies buy them at market price without any commission, and that Sei Dojin wasn't even being charged a high rate here. Sei Dojin interrupted him and said, This conversation is too long. If he doesn't like it, I'll just leave. The manager started lowering the rate quickly, first suggesting a 9% commission, then 8%, but CEO Dojin mockingly rejected all of his offers. The manager continued trying to negotiate with CEO Dojin, gradually lowering the commission to 7%, then 6.5%, but CEO Dojin rejected them all and mocked his poor negotiation skills. The manager dropped to his knees in desperation before CEO Dojin. But CEO Dojin offered him a 1% rate as a gesture based on their previous dealings. However, when the manager screamed internally and called CEO Dojin a highway robber for demanding such a rate, it became clear how angry and desperate he felt. CEO Dojin gave him a calm smile and told the manager quietly that just so he knows, he still had about 7 more bags filled with the same kind of stones. At that moment, the manager's attitude changed completely. He shouted at the employee to hurry and bring the contract immediately. Realizing the value of the deal, he had almost lost. CEO Dojin looks at his phone and thinks that achieving the dream of buying a house worth 110 billion won no longer seems impossible given the amount of money he has managed to gather so far. But he soon faces a new problem. He can't obtain high-quality mana stones just from regular gates. He thinks to himself that it would be great if he could enter rift zones freely, as they're the main source of high-grade mana stones. Suddenly, CEO Dojin's phone emits a loud notification sound. The store manager concerned asks if a monster wave has broken out. CEO Dojin looks at the phone, and it turns out the message is about a new monster wave emerging in the United Kingdom, specifically in the southern region. The alert advises all travelers and business people to immediately revise their plans. A sarcastic smile appears on CEO Dojin's face, and he internally describes those who failed to control the situation as incompetent. CEO Dojin then walks down the street, recalling that in the past, when he was a hero who followed official orders and instructions, he would have rushed immediately to help contain the rift zones. But now he tells himself that he no longer lives that way. In another scene, Yunying and her grandmother sit around the dining table, visibly surprised by the luxurious spread of food before them. The grandmother, looking at the menu in disbelief, wonders aloud if it makes sense for 100 grams of meat to cost 250,001. Clearly worried about the price of the meal. But CEO Dojin calmly and confidently tells her that he made a lot of money this time, so they can eat without worry and enjoy as much as they want. Anyong looks extremely happy as she starts eating the delicious food, clearly enjoying the taste and showing her joy openly. On the other hand, the grandmother remains hesitant and seems concerned about the high cost of the meal. Ignoring his grandmother's concern, CEO Dojin asks the waitress to bring more of the most expensive meats on the menu. The grandmother questions again why he's ordering such large amounts of food, telling him that she doesn't know how they'll possibly finish all of it. But CEO Dojin smiles confidently and gently tells her that they should just enjoy and eat as much as they like today, encouraging her to eat more. The grandmother is hesitant at first, but eventually takes a piece of meat and tastes it. Anyong excitedly expresses how much she loves the food and urges her grandmother to eat quickly, insisting it's incredibly delicious. The grandmother begins to eat and shows clear enjoyment of the taste, with signs of happiness and satisfaction appearing on her face. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure with purple hair walks confidently toward the place where CEO Dojin's family is seated. This mysterious figure approaches CEO Dojin's table and addresses him, saying, "Mr. CEO Dojin." CEO Jun turns to her with a sharp and confident look, waiting to hear what she has to say. The mysterious woman politely asks to speak with him privately for a moment. But CEO Dojin responds with clear coldness, telling her that he is currently having a meal with his family, and if she has something to say to him, she should come back after he finishes eating. After CEO Jun's cold response to Hyuno-yen, she falls silent in surprise and stares at his back, astonished that he would ignore her despite her great fame. Hyuno-yen calmly agrees to his request and steps aside to sit nearby, wondering to herself with some confusion What kind of strange man dares to ignore her like that? People in the restaurant begin to stare at Hun Jojo Yin in amazement, recognizing her as a highly famous and well-known figure. Whispers spread through the place, pointing out that she's the world-class S-rank hero and global celebrity. Hun Joan. Some comment that she truly deserves the title of the world's strongest hero, while others wonder who the person is that she's waiting for in such a manner. Hun Jojo Yin thinks to herself that Co Dojin is the man who suddenly appeared 2 months ago and was confirmed dead after entering the rift. Yet clearly, he is very much alive. She continues pondering, remembering how just one glance and a single word from Co Dojin had made her feel deeply nervous. Internally, she wonders how it's even possible for someone who awakened recently like Co Dojin to become this powerful in only 2 months. Especially when one of the world's richest businessmen, known as the Oil Baron, took 5 years after awakening to reach Shrank. She firmly tells herself there's no way this man became an S-rank hero in just 2 months and assumes he must possess some other special ability that makes him strong. Meanwhile, Co Dojin's family finishes their meal, and Eunyoung expresses great joy after enjoying such a delicious feast. The family turns to leave the place, but they stop when Eunyoung and her grandmother notice someone approaching them with distinct footsteps. Co Dojin turns around calmly, but his expression sharpens with seriousness, preparing for whoever is coming. Suddenly, a large-built man appears and begins to laugh mockingly upon seeing Co Dojin, sarcastically asking if he's really Co Dojin and how he managed to survive and escape from that gate. It becomes clear that this man is Kong Kail Wu, the person Co Dojin had been looking for due to what he did to him in the past. Hyuno Yin immediately stands up in alarm when she sees Kong Kail Wu, and she internally groans in frustration, wondering why Kong Kail Wu of all people had to show up now. Kong Kail Wu confidently steps towards Co Do-jun, while Co Jun's family stands behind him. Tense and shocked, Kong Kail Wu stretches out his hand to stop Co Jun and tells him to stand still and not move. But Co Do-jun ignores him, turning instead to Hun Yin and saying that he's free now since she previously said she had business with him. Kong Kail Wu quickly turns, stunned, to see Hun Yin suddenly standing in front of him. He looks at her in confusion, questioning why she's here. Co Dojin calmly steps in and says to Hun Joan, "I'll listen to what you have to say, but can I ask for your help with something for my family first?" Hun Joy cautiously asks what exactly he needs, and he replies calmly that she should call a taxi for his family and help him get in. Co Dojin then adds with a very confident look, "As for him, there's a debt that needs to be collected first." Hyuno Yin quietly and attentively fulfills Co Dojin's request, helping the grandmother and Yunying into the taxi and reassuring them to get in without worry. She says goodbye to little Yunying with a kind smile and warmly waves to her. The taxi carrying Co Dojin's grandmother and his sister Yunying drives away, and Hun Yin sigh in clear relief after seeing them off safely. Meanwhile, Co Dojin delivers an extremely powerful punch to Kong Kail Wu, causing him to stagger back, shocked and in pain. Kong Cha Wu becomes absolutely enraged, his eyes turning red with fury, and he vows that Co Dojin will pay dearly for that hit. One of the restaurant workers tries to defuse the situation and ask them not to fight inside the premises, but Kong Chi Wu violently shoves her aside in anger and yells at her to get away from him immediately. Chaos erupts in the restaurant, and customers start rushing out in fear, afraid that the situation will escalate. Kong Kail Wu screams at Co Dojin, threatening to kill him and furiously demanding to know if he really has a death wish. But Co Dojin faces him with immense confidence and strength, landing another powerful blow that completely knocks Kong Kail Wu off balance. Kong Kail Wu stumbles back in pain and clearly shaken by the unexpected strike. Struggling to regain his footing, Co Dojin approaches him calmly and calls out clearly, "Kong Kail Wu." He then firmly reminds Kong Chi Wu of what he did in the past, how he tried to kill him by trapping him inside a gate to die. Seo Dojin angrily states that there are a lot of things they need to talk about clearly and directly. Kong Cha-woo responds with bitter sarcasm and rage, saying he has nothing to say to a worthless person like Seo Dojin, and even mentions that his own father abandoned him. Smirkingly, he also mentioned that his stepmother wanted him dead. Then Seo Dojun pulls out his phone and starts recording the conversation, demanding that Kong Cha-woo repeat what he just said clearly. Kong Cha-woo refuses in rage and shouts furiously that he'll never do that. Then Kong Chil-woo explodes with rage and hurls a deeply offensive insult at Seo Dojin's mother, calling her nothing but a disgraceful woman. He immediately charges at Seo Dojin with savage fury, threatening to kill him on the spot. But Seo Dojin effortlessly blocks the attack with overwhelming strength and uses his newly awakened mana power to strike Kong Kail-woo again with a devastating blow that sends him flying. Kong Kail-woo is left in utter shock, unable to believe that such a strong attack could be stopped so easily. Seo Dojin moves toward him at high speed to continue his powerful offensive. The battle intensifies fiercely, but Kong Cha-woo can't keep up with Seo Jun's speed and strength and takes hit after hit. The chaos in the restaurant escalates, while one of the staff members shakily tries to call the police out of fear. But Han Yin intervenes and gently stops her, saying she will handle the situation herself. The worker thanks Han Yin with deep gratitude for stepping in and resolving the crisis. Seo Dojin unleashes a barrage of extremely powerful strikes on Kong Kail-woo in a scene filled with rage and violence, completely dominating the confrontation. As the confrontation continues, Seo Dojin lands a powerful blow on Kong Kail-woo, sending him crashing to the ground. A voice is heard in the scene commenting in disbelief that Kong Kail-woo, a B-rank hero, was defeated so easily. Speculation continues about Seo Dojin's power, with some saying he might be a rank. But even so, he shouldn't be able to overpower a B-rank hero this effortlessly. Hyun-joon calls out to Seo Dojin as he calmly advances toward his opponent. From a distance, Hun-in watches the situation and quietly tells Seo Dojin his opponent will die if he continues. He walks towards Seo Jun and addresses him again. Then she seriously asks how much he truly knows about Kong Chi-woo. Seo Dojin replies with complete calm and great confidence, saying he knows enough, then asks her in surprise whether that's a problem for her. Hyun-yin responds with clear concern, firmly saying, yes, that is a problem. She then explains the reason, saying the issue is that Kong Kail-woo's cousin is Kong Yeon-bio, an S-rank hero. But Seo Dojin replies indifferently, saying he already knows that, and asks her again whether that's a problem for her. Hyun-joon is shocked by his calm response, and thinks to herself in disbelief how he could know such a dangerous fact and still act like he doesn't care about the consequences. She considers his behavior extremely reckless. At that moment, Kong Kail-woo is still on the ground, while Hyun-yin tells Seo Dojin that the only reason he's still alive after everything he's done is because his cousin Kong Yeon-bio has been protecting him. He calls Seo Dojin's actions dangerous and reckless, then warns him that if he really thinks he can take on Kong Yeon-bio, he's essentially sentencing himself to death. Han Jojo-yin asks Seo Dojin if he truly isn't afraid of Kong Yeon-bio. Seo Dojin replies with absolute confidence and clear coldness, saying the more important thing right now is that she's starting to annoy him. Seo Dojin and Han Yin stand face to face, locking eyes with sharp and challenging gazes. Meanwhile, the terrified waitress, shaken by the entire confrontation, tells Hyun Jojo Yin in fear that she had promised to handle the situation herself. The tension between Seo Dojin and Han Yin continues, and it feels like the confrontation could drag on for a while, but Han Yin sighs and apologizes to Seo Dojin, saying she didn't want to show up this way, but she came because her uncle asked her to resolve this problem. She then gets straight to the point and tells him she knows he sold mana stones at Gaston Stoneman and asks him to sell them to her instead. Co Dojin coldly and bluntly asks how much she's willing to pay for the stones. Hun Jojo Yin clearly tells him she'll buy whatever amount he has regardless of the quantity. Soto Jun gives a slight sarcastic smile and tells her that's actually very good. Hun Yin confidently explains that the wealth of an S-rank hero exceeds anything he can possibly imagine. While Kong Cho Wu is still lying on the ground, Co Dojin says he's not against the deal, but he has one condition that must be met first. Hyeno Yin asks him what the condition is. Co Dojin replies with cold composure and confidence, saying the condition shouldn't be a big deal, especially if it's Hun Yin who's handling it. In a sudden cut to another scene, a cup is seen shattering violently on the ground. His stepmother, Hong Haiju, screams in frustration, saying he was supposed to be dead. She continues shouting that she thought he had died inside the new rift. In another scene, a second cup shatters as Mr. Lee appears in a state of shock and disbelief. Mr. Lee apologizes deeply, says that even the Hero Association itself was convinced that the man in question was dead. Hong Ju is in a state of extreme anger, screaming at one of her staff after smashing a cup on the floor, telling him not to make excuses. She then demands to know furiously how he plans to fix the situation. The employee hesitates slightly before nervously saying he has something important to report to her. The employee tells Hong Haiju that Kong Kale Wu was beaten by Co Dojin. Hong Haiju is completely shocked by the news and exclaims in disbelief, "How did that idiot Kong Cha Wu let this happen?" She thinks to herself that Co Dojin might have found something out. Hong Haiju starts to consider the consequences, telling herself that if her husband or father-in-law finds out, it'll cause a huge problem. However, she adds that she'll find a way to handle it. She also worries that if the news reaches the media, it could trigger a major stock market crash. She starts screaming again, ordering her staff to shut everything down, control the media and social networks, and cut off all communications. She yells that the first thing they need to do is sever contact with the police. One of the employees calmly informs her that the media and the police have already been silenced. Hong Haij relaxes slightly and tells the employee named President Lee that he did a good job, but he quietly reminds her that she should know very well these measures are neither permanent nor foolproof. President Lee steps closer to Hong Haiju and quietly tells her that Kong Kale Wu's cousin is Kong Yongbyo. Hong Haiju is extremely shocked and quickly stands up asking President Lee if he truly means that Kong Yongbyo. She recalls that Kong Cha Wu had a very bad reputation and that everyone believed Kong Yongbyo had completely disowned him. But in reality, Kong Kale Wu was just doing the dirty work on behalf of Kong Yongbyo. President Lee explains that having Kong Chi Wu show up in the media like this won't be good for Kong Yongbyo either. So, it seems that the latter has already started taking action on his own. Hungi Ju instructs President Lee to arrange a meeting with Kong Yongbyo immediately. President Lee confirms he understands. Then Hong Haij calmly tells him that HC Capital run by Hong Chung Seo has betrayed them and asks if that's true. President Lee confirms it is and that Hong Chung Seo is now protecting Co Dojin's family. Hong Ju becomes visibly furious and orders President Lee to contact Prosecutor Park immediately. She declares furiously that Hong Chung Seo will pay dearly for choosing Co Dojin's family over her. The scene shifts to another part of the story where it's revealed that there are currently 37 active rift zones in South Korea. Out of these 37 zones, 5 are on the verge of transforming into full-fledged gates, while the others can only be entered by officially registered heroes. Hun Yin is shown presenting her hero ID card. Her identity is verified and she is granted access. The staff member wishes her good luck on her mission. Hun Yin enters the Rift Zone with a group of people. Co Dojin suddenly appears wearing a hood that conceals his face. He thinks to himself that this zone has only one entrance, and despite that they're guarding it extremely well. Another hero appears, Yong Inju, an A-rank hero from the Korean Hero Association and leader of the Bobby Guild. He speaks to Hun Yin, saying she was the one who suggested they hunt in the Rift Zone first. Hun Jojo Yin calmly replies that she had no other choice and couldn't just stand by doing nothing. She suddenly stops and notices someone standing in their path. It turns out to be CEO Dojin, standing in the middle of the road waiting for them. At that moment, she recalls when CEO Dojin previously told her he had just one condition to be allowed to enter the Rift Zone. In return, he promised to sell her all the stones he obtained inside on terms favorable to her. Hun Yin wonders to herself in disbelief whether CEO Dojin came to such a dangerous Rift Zone just to collect stones, thinking it's pure madness. But she reminds herself that in any case, she needs the hero mana stones produced by the Rift, so she doesn't care much about his reasons for entering. Hun Jojo Yin and her team enter the Rift Zone, which appears filled with trees in a calm atmosphere. Young Inju asks her who the person she spoke with was. Hun Yin coldly replies that he's just someone she knows. Young Inju speaks with Hun Yin and sarcastically asks if CEO Dojin is really just someone she knows, as she claims. She jokingly adds whether he might actually be her boyfriend. Hyuno Yin replies with clear irritation and firmly tells her that it's not what she thinks. She explains that she simply owed CEO Dojin a favor from before and just wanted to repay the debt. Junju is surprised by Hyuno Yin's words and asks in disbelief how an S-rank hero like her could possibly owe anyone anything. Hun Yin repeats herself, looking slightly annoyed, and says it's something like that, trying to shut down the topic quickly. Meanwhile, one of the team members suddenly shows signs of panic, as if sensing something unusual. Sei Dojin calmly turns his head, completely confident, and appears to have noticed the same strange presence. Suddenly and without warning, massive creatures resembling giant predatory birds descend from the sky and launch a surprise attack on the group. Young Inju screams in terror when she sees the creatures and identifies them as Kocastrian, a dangerous type of monster. Hyuno Yin immediately takes command, organizing the team and shouting clear orders. She tells Young Inju and CEO Dojin to form a quick defensive position while instructing another person named Jungo to cover their lower flanks. The scene becomes dramatic as CEO Dojin leaps high into the air toward one of the monsters, displaying incredible speed and strength in combat. Hyunjone and the group are stunned and shocked by what CEO Dojin is doing. Hyunjone shouts his name in disbelief, CEO Dojin. While the rest of the group marvels at his strength and skill, CEO Dojin successfully defeats one of the monsters with ease and calmly says, "One down." CEO Dojin continues his attack with strength and confidence while the monsters keep screeching and crying out. One of the team members speaks up in frustration, saying that the monsters appeared the moment they entered the gate. The monsters begin launching rapid attacks on the team. While everyone tries to evade and retreat, Hyuno Yin quickly begins giving instructions to her team, ordering Jin Ho and Daeong to cover the flanks while asking someone else to secure the lower area. CEO Dojin rushes toward a monster preparing to strike, and a spark of power and challenge glows in his eyes. A direct confrontation begins between CEO Dojin and the monster, which attacks violently, but CEO Dojin blocks it with immense strength. Mana flames start to ignite around CEO Dojin's hand, showing he's preparing for a powerful strike. CEO Dojin unleashes his devastating fire attack at the monster, causing a massive explosion that shakes the entire area. Hunjone and the rest of the team watch the scene in stunned silence and disbelief as CEO Dojin calmly walks toward the monster that has collapsed on the ground. One of the team members asks in complete astonishment if the monster really died from a single hit. CEO Dojin responds calmly and seriously, saying that the monster isn't dead yet. CEO Dojin charges again and delivers a crushing finishing blow to end it completely. Expressions of shock and tension are clear on the faces of the team members, including Hun Yen, at the display of CEO Dojin's power. Young Inju asks in disbelief and amazement who CEO Dojin really is. Astonished by his overwhelming strength, Hyunjone, visibly flustered, answers awkwardly, saying he's just a strong human. But Youngyu protests angrily and emotionally, saying there's no way he's just a strong human, especially not after defeating a Kocastrian with a single blow. Hanyin smirks sarcastically and tells her that she too could easily take down a monster like that. But Youngyu objects again emotionally, questioning how she can say that when they all saw the monster couldn't even dodge a single punch. Tension is clearly written across Hanyan's face, while her sister continues passionately talking about how powerful Seo Dojin is and how he managed to defeat such a formidable monster. Hyun Jones silently stares at Seo Dojin, wondering to herself just who this mysterious man really is. Hyun Yin calmly and seriously tells Young Inju that she needs to change the plan they had originally set. She tells her team that she's decided they'll head straight to the heart of the area. Meanwhile, Seo Dojin calmly sits in front of the slain monster and begins carving up its body with a knife, clearly stating that he doesn't intend to share the spoils with anyone who didn't participate in the fight. Hun Yin replies with calm confidence that she never intended to ask for a share in the first place. Then she adds in a serious and clear tone that his skills don't seem suited for a place like this. She confidently asks him if he's interested in venturing deeper into the Rift Zone with her. Saijin smiles confidently and replies, "That sounds fun." Hun Jojo, Yin steps forward and with full confidence tells him that she knows the geography of the place well and asks him to follow her if he wants to leave the area safely. Hyuno Yin dashes forward at high speed into the forest while Seo Dojin quietly watches her from a distance. He watches her as she disappears at an incredible pace, but remains in place without saying a word. After a moment of thought, Seo Jun begins sprinting rapidly in the same direction Hanjo Yin went. Meanwhile, where one of them asks Young Inju, the guild leader, if they're going to move. Young Inju asks him if he thinks he can keep up with the other's speed, and he clearly replies that he doesn't think so. Young Inju then tells her team that they're just background characters today and instructs them to keep hunting as usual. Young Inju feels an internal sadness, thinking to herself that even though she's an A-rank hero, she feels completely insignificant when compared to S-rank heroes like Hyuno Yin. Hyo Yin keeps moving at tremendous speed, wondering to herself if she should slow down a little, but suddenly Seo Dojin flashes past her at an incredible speed, overtaking her with ease. Hun Joan is stunned when she sees Seo Dojin pass her so easily, the shock clearly written on her face. She thinks in disbelief and frustration about what just happened, wondering if she really got overtaken, even though she came in the top 2 fastest hero in Korea. Seo Dojin calmly smiles and tells Han Yin that she's slower than he expected. He adds sarcastically that she was running like she was trying to get rid of him. Hun Jojo Yin shouts in frustration and confusion, asking him who exactly is trying to get rid of whom. Her face shows clear embarrassment and irritation as she angrily wonders to herself when she ever did something like that. Seo Dojin stops for a moment to examine the path ahead, while Hun Yin appears exhausted trying to keep up with him. He looks toward a massive mountain visible on the horizon. Hun Joan notices his intense focus and nervously asks what's there. Hun Joan explains seriously that the place he's looking at is where the boss monster of the Rift Zone resides. She goes on to explain that the boss monster is called Kazarian, a massive beast resembling a pterosaur, and it's about 20 m long. She adds firmly that even thinking about fighting it is out of the question. It takes at least 3 S-rank heroes to bring it down. But Seo Dojin ignores Han Yan's warning and simply asks if the boss monster possesses a high-grade E-class Mana Stone. Hyunj Yin replies that yes, it does indeed have that kind of high-quality Mana Stone. She suddenly realizes that Seo Dojin is approaching the location calmly and asks him in a panic if he really plans to fight it. Hun Yin voices her frustration, saying she didn't bring him here to do something so reckless. But Seo Dojin pays no attention to her warnings and instead charges forward at incredible speed toward the boss monster's location. Hun Jojo Yin screams in terror and utter shock, wondering to herself what on earth Seo Dojin is thinking. The fear is clearly written all over her face. Hun-joon tries to stop Seo Dojin, shouting after him to stop, but Seo Dojin ignores her call and continues sprinting at immense speed toward his target. A scene appears showing a massive mountain dominating the landscape, with the place appearing deeply mysterious. Moments later, Hyun-joa Yin stops in her tracks, stunned, wondering what just happened. Expressing her great confusion about Seo Dojin's speed and strength, she turns and sees the body of the boss monster, Kasserian, lying on the ground, already defeated. Shock and astonishment are clearly visible on Hyun-joi's face when she realizes that the massive beast Kasserian was taken down so easily by Seo Dojin. Hyun-joon recalls and reminds herself that Kasserian is an incredibly powerful monster, and that in the past the only one who managed to defeat it was an S-rank hero named Park Hyul. It's mentioned that Park Hyul is a very famous S-rank hero known for slaying the monster Kasserian. Even Park Hyul couldn't defeat Kasserian in his first battle, except with extreme difficulty despite being accompanied by 30 A-rank heroes. It's stated that all of the A-rank heroes who participated in that first battle died, and only Parkul barely survived. It is later mentioned that Parkul decided to launch a revenge battle, this time accompanied by another S-rank hero and 200 A-rank heroes. A fierce battle ensued during which Parkul launched a brutal and intense attack on the monster Kasserian. Eventually, Parkul succeeded in killing Kasserian once and for all. But despite that success, most of the heroes who joined that revenge battle were killed, and the Mega Guild Sweet Life that Park Hyul built was not able to recover its strength even after 3 years. Returning to the present, clear signs of frustration appear on Hyun-joa Yan's face when Seo Dojin sarcastically tells her that she knows perfectly well she didn't contribute anything to killing the monster. Hun-joa Yan continues, thinking in deep shock, saying to herself that she wouldn't have believed what happened had she not seen it with her own eyes. She repeats again in utter disbelief that the famous monster Kasserian was taken down in a single blow by Seo Dojin. At that moment, Seo Jun lifts the massive mana stone he obtained from Kasserian's body and gazes at it calmly without saying a word. Seo Dojin coldly tells Hun Yin that he no longer needs a guide. He turns around and tells her that from now on he'll proceed on his own, then begins walking away, leaving the place behind him. But Hyun-joon stops him and asks in surprise if he doesn't plan to take other valuable parts from Kasserian's body, pointing out that its beak, claws, and other parts have high academic value in addition to the Monasteron. Seo Dojin turns to her and replies with a calm, confident smile that those things aren't worth the time or money. He further explains that it's better for him to spend his time collecting more mana stones from different monsters, then adds that she can keep those parts as payment for guiding him earlier. Hun-joon silently and with great astonishment watches Seo Dojin walking away without a care, looking extremely confident as he heads toward a distant mountainous area. The other teammates stand in silence, visibly stunned. They begin talking among themselves in disbelief, with one of them saying that Seo Dojin borrowed a large bag and returned with it completely filled with mana stones. He adds in amazement that if their guild tried to do the same, it would take 20 hours of group hunting, maybe even 3 full days considering the bag's contents. Hun-joon sits on a rock lost in deep thought and confusion over Seo Jun's true identity. She continues wondering in amazement how he managed to collect such a massive number of stones so quickly. Young Inju is struck with fear as she remembers Hun Yan's words. Shocked that Seo Dojin defeated the monster Kasserian alone without any gear or armor, she thinks in deep alarm that this level of power alone is enough to make him the strongest in South Korea, possibly even in the entire world. Seo Dojin is then shown calmly walking with great confidence, carrying another bag full of stones. The group continues watching him in awe as he fills yet another bag, commenting that if they told anyone what happened today, no one would believe them. They'd be called crazy. One of them clearly tells the others not to ever speak of this event to anyone, insisting no one would believe it anyway. From a distance, The team sees Seo Dojin and Han Yin talking to each other, though they can't hear the conversation. The team begins discussing the nature of Seo Dojin and Han Yan's relationship, wondering if there's something romantic between them. One member remarks that any man standing next to Han Joy would have to be that handsome, calling them an incredibly attractive pair. Young Inju starts thinking deeply and tells herself it would be strange if their relationship was just a passing connection. She adds surprise that Seo Dojin treats Han Yin so casually as if she were just a normal person and wonders how anyone dares speak to her like that. Suddenly, Seo Jun walks over and hands Han Yin one of the bags filled with Monstones. Han Jojo Yin is taken back by Seo Do Jun's action, staring at him in shock as he walks away without saying a single word. Junggu, in utter surprise, asks the team why Seo Do Jun left so suddenly without even saying goodbye. Han Yin, still stunned, confirms that he really did leave without speaking. Zhang Yinju then asks about the bag Seo Dojin left behind and whether he really gave them all away. Han Jojo Yin begins explaining what happened exactly. She says that when she told Seo Dojin he'd become incredibly famous, if word got out that he defeated Kazarian, he replied that he wasn't interested in fame and told her to handle it herself. The entire team reacts with visible shock and disbelief upon hearing this. Young Inju, utterly baffled, asks what kind of person Seo Dojin really is. Han Joy remains silent, staring off into the distance, once again wondering deeply with curiosity and confusion just what kind of person is he. The scene shifts to Park Hyle as he delivers powerful repeated strikes to his sandbag. Park Hyul continues his assault with all his might, screaming with a tremendous force that reflects his determination. He charges forward with fierce intensity and lands an extremely strong punch, causing a massive explosion. After the training ends, Park Hyu appears extremely exhausted and furious. Park Hae is introduced as an S-rank hero in the Korean Hero Association and the leader of a guild called Sweet Life. At that moment, a man in a formal suit approaches him, asking him to calm down and reminding him of a popular saying: "The frog that crouches the longest jumps the farthest." The man continues explaining that patience in tough times will only increase his fame and reputation. Park agrees with the man and says he'll make everyone who underestimated him pay the price. The man assures him that as his power builds up gradually, it will eventually explode one day. The man goes on to say that this day will certainly come, and when it does, everyone will kneel before Park Hae. He adds that no one knows better than Park Hyle how to defeat the monster Kazarian. The man smiles and explains that Park Hae-ul will go down in history as the hero who defeated Kazarian with the smallest team possible, and that the Hero Association might even grant him exclusive rights to hunt the beast. Park Hae-ul laughed confidently, affirming that he truly is the one who knows best how to defeat the monster. He then looks at an old group photo, which reminds him that his guild has become far weaker than it was 3 years ago. Nevertheless, Park Hae continues speaking with confidence, claiming that he's still the only one capable of defeating that giant flying monster. The man smiles and assures him that no one else can do it but him. The story then shifts to another location, showing an image of a large building along with some files and photos where the name Seo Do-jun is mentioned. A man named Kang Yong-bio, another S-rank hero in the Korean Hero Association and the cousin of Kang Kale, Wu holds the documents and curiously asks if they are about Seo Dojin. This is confirmed, and one of the men explains that Kang Kale Wu tried to get rid of Seo Dojin by sending him into a rift a few months ago, but he didn't die. Instead, he awakened inside the rift. Hong Hiju is mentioned as well, the CEO of the T Group and the second daughter of the W Group. She was the client who requested the elimination of Seo Dojin. Kang Yong-bio asks in surprise why a wealthy woman like her would care about a nobody like Seo Dojin. It is explained that Seo Dojin is an illegitimate child of the T Group, taken in at the age of 7, but cast out after Hong Hai-ju gave birth to her own child 6 years ago. Kang Yong-bio smirks sarcastically and says that blood relations don't matter in the world of the wealthy. Kang Yong-bio then asks how much money Kang Cha will receive for the job, and he's told it was 3 billion won. Kang Yong-bio remarks that the amount is too little. The man adds that Kang Cha will ended up in terrible shape with a body covered in burn scars, completely blind in both eyes and on the verge of death. Kang Yong-bio is shown preparing to play golf, commenting on how brutal the person who beat Kang Cha-woo must have been. He angrily states that if he had carried out the attack himself, he would have cut off his limbs and crushed his skull. The other man mentions a rumor that Hyuno Yin helped Seo Dojin during that incident. Kang Yong-bio becomes furious upon hearing this and angrily questions why Han Yin would help someone like Seo Dojin, clearly demanding to know the nature of their relationship. The assistant seems hesitant to confirm the nature of the relationship between Han Yin and Seo Dojin, cautiously stating that he's not sure what their connection is. But thanks to Hyuno Yan's testimony to the police, the case was quietly closed. Kang Yong-bio becomes furious and yells at the assistant, demanding that he find out the nature of the relationship between Hyuno Yin and Seo Dojin immediately, insisting that they must know the full details, stating that if it's not a romantic relationship, then there must be some kind of deal or arrangement. The assistant becomes extremely flustered and says he'll look into it right away, then rushes out of the room in a hurry. The rage on Kang Yong-bio's face is unmistakable as he grips his golf club tightly and hurls it to the ground in anger, expressing his frustration at the situation. Kang Yong-bio thinks to himself that Hong Haiju will soon come looking for him, since she'll want to hire him for the job Kang Cha-woo failed to complete. A sly, confident smile appears on his face as he tells himself that she's a rich woman with plenty of money, so he'll benefit greatly from the situation. Meanwhile, Seo Dojin is shown walking alone at night under the moonlight heading toward his new home. He thinks to himself that hunting in rift zones is far more effective than hunting in gates. He realized that for now, on Hill, Need Hun Jojo Yan's help to enter and exit rift zones. Hyuno Yin is then shown talking to Seo Dojin about the mana stone they obtained from the monster Kasserian. She says that selling the stone would cause the media to chase after them day and night to find out who killed the monster. So for now, she prefers to keep it hidden. She also tells him that if he wants fame, she won't stop him and asks what he intends to do about it. Seo Dojin smiles calmly and tosses her a bag full of mana stones he collected from the rift. He then decides internally that he must find another way to access the rift zone without relying on Hyuno Yin. Seo Dojin decides to return to the new home prepared for him by Hangchong Seo to rest there for the time being. Upon entering the house, he immediately notices something strange that makes him feel uneasy. He closely examines the shoes at the entrance and confirms that there are strangers inside his home. Suddenly, his little sister Yunying screams with joy and shouts, "Appa!" when she sees him. Seo Dojin turns toward the room to find a group of men in black suits standing suspiciously behind Yunying and their grandmother. The expression of the man sitting at the center clearly shows he holds a high position. Yunying runs toward Seo Dojin at full speed and clings tightly to him, repeatedly calling out, "Appa!" with visible fear. Seo Dojin calmly and cautiously asks the men who they are and what they're doing there. The seated man calmly introduces himself as Prosecutor Park Chi-young from the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office, then asks Seo Dojin if he knows someone named Hwang Chong-sip. Seo Dojin remains silent and tense while Yunying clings to him in fear over what's happening. The prosecutor informs Seo Dojin that he is under emergency arrest on suspicion of involvement in illegal high-interest lending operations run by Hang Chong-sip through HC Capital. Scenes shift to a towering government building. Dojin sat alone on a chair in a quiet, dimly lit room. His eyes flicked to the side at the sound of approaching footsteps echoing from the hallway, accompanied by a voice. "Yes, Director Lee. Don't worry. Both Hwang Chang-up and Seo Dojin are behaving themselves." The door creaked open. Park Chi-long entered, still talking on the phone. "Thank you for even worrying about my daughter's overseas studies." While he chatted casually, Dojin remained silent behind the thick glass of the interrogation room. And please extend my sincere thanks to Director Hong as well. But his gaze soon fell on the thin, motionless figure seated across the room. His expression shifted and steely. You want to know why I became a prosecutor? He asked, leaning down with a wide, menacing grin. To wipe scum like you off the streets. With a sharp thud, he slammed a heavy stack of documents onto the table. Grabbing a few sheets, he flipped through them and says, "Let's see. Just these charges alone will get you a minimum of 10 years. His tone turned razor-sharp and says, "Thanks to Huang Changup's testimony, we already have more than enough to bury you." Dojin's eyes grew dark and heavy with fury. Qilong shot and says, "Look at this bastard. Do you seriously think I'm fabricating all this?" Suddenly, Dojin's voice cut through the tension like a blade. "Hung Haiju, it's her, isn't it?" Qilong froze, thrown off. "Who? Hong Ju? Who the hell is that?" But Dojin had gone quiet again, lost in thought. Looks like Huang Changup's side has already been crushed. I kept quiet to avoid escalation. But now, Qilong clicked his tongue in irritation and paced closer to Dojin, muttering, "Where the hell did a punk like you hear that name?" Leaning in threateningly, his voice dropped to a sinister growl. "You really think the prosecutors of the Republic of Korea are small fries? Your life's over, idiot." But at that moment, something flickered in Dojin's eyes, subtle but chilling. It sent a wave of dread crawling up Qilong's spine. He instinctively stumbled backward, cold sweat forming on his brow. Qilong clenched his teeth, struggling to find words. Then, in a burst of frustration, he shouted, "You bastard." But the door creaked open again, cutting him off. Both men turned as another officer stepped in, holding a folder. "Prosecutor Park, I'll have to ask you to step outside for a moment." "What?" Qilong's voice echoed down the hall, baffled. His eyes narrowed as he glanced at the report in the man's hands. "Is this thing broken or what?" A second voice answered from behind. "No, sir. I double-checked. The device is functioning properly." Qilong's fingers tightened around the page. "The awakening scanner says he's a civilian." "That's impossible. That guy is Sei Dojin." "I'm not sure," the assistant stammered. "Maybe the intel about his awakening was wrong." "No, this data came straight from the T Corporation's investigation. It can't be wrong. And he knows the name Hung Haiju. Just who the hell is this guy?" Inside the stark, cold interrogation room, Dojin sat alone, his hands still bound. He let out a quiet sigh. His gaze sharpened, ice-cold and bitter. "So this is why people call Korean prosecutors the Justice Department's hunting dogs," he muttered. "Maybe I should just burn it all down." Before he could sink deeper into that thought, the door opened once more. Hyun Ju-yun stepped inside, head tilted, curious. "What are you doing here?" Still restrained, Dojin exhaled. "I wish I knew." Ju-yun placed her hands on her hips, her gaze stern. "Don't do anything reckless. I know you're angry and confused, but if you use your powers now, the consequences will be severe." Dojin looked up at her, his eyes sharp, yet calm. "So, you're here to help me?" Hyun Ju-yun folded her arms, her expression unreadable. "Not exactly helping, but now that I know you're innocent, it changes everything. If I didn't know, that would be one thing. But knowing an innocent person is being framed, someone has to fix that, don't they?" Dojin's lips curled into a faint, unreadable smile. Then Hyun Ju-yun leaned down, whispering in his ear, "The Hero Association is launching an investigation. They're cracking down on illegal hero licenses and keeping a close eye on new rifts around Mapo." But his next question caught her completely off guard. "And what about my family?" She froze for a moment, then forced a casual shrug. "What do I look like to you, your secretary? Why would I be looking after your family?" But faced with his cold, unwavering gaze, she faltered. Her eyes shifted away awkwardly. Shoving her hands into her pockets, she turned toward the door. "They're safe, so stop worrying." Dojin's expression softened just slightly as he nodded. "Thank you. I'll repay this debt." A faint blush rose to Hyun Ju-yun's cheeks as she glanced back, her voice stumbling. asking Dojin to be patient as she will solve it as soon as possible. Meanwhile, outside the towering prosecutor's office, Jian didn't try to clear Dojin's name through direct confrontation. Instead, she struck where it hurt by exposing Prosecutor Park Chilong's bribery and illegal conduct, leading to his dismissal. Through a transparent public investigation, Dojin was officially found to have no connection to the original incident. While he couldn't escape punishment entirely for possessing an illegal Awakener license, Jian's fierce advocacy reduced the consequence to a suspended sentence. Now, the two of them sat quietly in a sleek car. Suddenly, the car's tablet blinked to life with an emergency broadcast. A previously unknown monster has appeared in the United Kingdom and is attacking civilians. The mantis-like creature stands approximately 1.5 meters tall and exhibits extraordinary jumping abilities. Dojin continued to stare out the window, but his voice cut through the tense silence. "It's a Macassian." Julian's eyes widened. "Wait, what? How do you know that?" "That name, only the association knows it." But Dojin's expression didn't change. His gaze fixed on the passing scenery. "Monster names aren't random," he said flatly. His thoughts drifted to the glowing red magic stone inside a cold, sterile lab. That stone held not only condensed magical energy, but also encrypted data. If decoded, it could reveal the monster's true name and the devastating knowledge tied to it. His mind flickered between two realities, one functioning under science, the other decimated by magic. In his memory, beside that crimson magic stone, lurked a black. Inhuman monsters from that world are now appearing in this one. Then Dojin already knows most of their names. Sitting with arms crossed, he spoke again, calm and clinical. Macassians can be easily neutralized using red blossom extract. Julian furrowed her brow. "Red blossom? Unts." Dojin finally turned his gaze toward her, voice unwavering. "It's harmless to humans, but for Macassians, it's a potent paralytic. Spray it on them, and they won't move a muscle." Julian fell silent, absorbing the information, her expression growing serious and calculating. After a pause, she fixed him with a firm, penetrating stare. "So, Dojin, who are you?" He didn't respond. The silence between them stretched thick, heavy. Only the hum of the engine filled the void. His gaze returned to the window, his face unreadable. Julian clenched her jaw. "Hey, are you even listening to me?" Suddenly, his voice sliced through the air. What if he turned his head slowly toward her and asked what will happen if he killed Hong Heiju right now? She didn't dare say a word. For a moment, she genuinely couldn't tell if he was joking or completely serious. At the association office in AKO, the sharp, repetitive sound of nail-biting filled the tense air. Hong Heiju sat behind her desk, chewing her nails non-stop, her complexion pale and her expression tight with fear and frustration. Even Manager Lee, who stood nearby, was drenched in nervous sweat just watching her. Straightening his posture, he delivered his report stiffly. "That's the current situation, ma'am." The nail-biting abruptly stopped. Heiju remained silent for a moment before muttering darkly, "Hyunu Julian." "Why her?" Manager Lee, clutching a report in his hands, responded helplessly. "We're not sure yet, ma'am. We don't know their connection, or how she even knows Dojin." Hiju's expression grew even darker. With a sharp snap, she bit off another nail. Her voice was low, but laced with rising fury. "Hyunu Julian, what the hell is happening?" Suddenly, she slammed her hand on the desk, shouting in anger. "And what's this nonsense about Dojin not being an Awakener? I heard he already awakened." Faced with her outburst, Manager Lee could only rub the back of his neck, trying to stay calm. "I don't know either, ma'am. All reports did indicate he awakened." But he trailed off. "Maybe it's some sort of skill, something that can deceive the detection system. Just a theory, of course." Hiju's face twisted with rage, her eyes blazing. She jabbed her finger forward, barking an order. "Get in touch with Kang Yampio. Offer him 20 billion. Number 30 billion. I don't care, as long as he takes the job. Elsewhere, A cocky voice echoed from the other side of the room. 30 billion? That's not enough. Kong Yangpio lounged in his chair, a smug grin on his face. His assistant, clearly flustered, hesitated. Double that? Isn't that asking a bit much, sir? Raising a single finger, Yangpio shook his head. Absolutely not. He casually kicked his polished shoes onto the sleek desk and says, from Heiju's perspective, I'm the best option she's got. If I handle this properly, 60 billion is pocket change to her. His gaze sharpened, voice dropping slightly. And don't forget there's Haiyan Juyan. If we're going up against an S rank, the fee has to reflect that. The assistant looked away uneasily, murmuring, Haiyan Juyan, she's no ordinary opponent. A loud stomp made the assistant jump. Yangpio leaned in, his voice low and dangerous. You think all S ranks are the same? I can take Hyunu Juyan down in 20 minutes. The assistant's eyes widened in fear as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Yangpio's threatening demeanor instantly melted into a carefree grin. Any updates from the association? Inside the lavishly furnished office, the assistant lowered his voice cautiously. The UK branch said they can't send any more reinforcements. The association has announced that hero selection for overseas deployment will now follow stricter criteria. Yangpio rubbed the back of his neck in irritation. They're making it impossible to back out without looking weak. Cursing under his breath, he turned back to his assistant. Those greedy bastards at the association, he exhaled slowly. What's the schedule? The assistant answered with slight hesitation. You're set to depart in 3 days, sir. Oh, Japan? Perfect. I've been meaning to meet T-Shir. With both hands tucked into his pockets, he stared out the window at the vast city skyline. He murmured with quiet ambition, Macasian, a new type of monster. Still no known weaknesses. A satisfied smirk spread across his face as he admired the view. If I figure it out first, my value will skyrocket. A low chuckle escaped his lips. Meanwhile, in England, a blinding bolt of lightning cracked through the dark sky, slamming into the clock tower with a thunderous crash. Down below, panic erupted in the streets as civilians screamed and scattered, fleeing in every direction from the monstrous creature charging toward them, fast and relentless. Suddenly, a group of armed operatives stepped into the monster's path, ready to engage. Weapons at the ready. Their expressions were grim as they stared up at the towering beast. The monster let out a thunderous roar, slamming its massive claws into the ground with such force that the earth split wide open. The team reacted swiftly, dodging the shockwave with precision as they fanned out, attacking from multiple angles. Below, magic users unleashed a barrage of spells, waves of glowing violet energy streaking through the air toward the creature. Then, with a single clean slash, its head was severed, sending the beast stumbling backward. Moments later, its headless body crashed to the ground with a sickening thud. Breathing heavily, the group stood in silence, eyes fixed on the mangled corpse. But the moment of relief was short-lived. One of them suddenly froze, his eyes narrowing at a distant sound. He looked up. A flash of lightning cracked across the sky, illuminating the ominous clouds and revealing several more monstrous figures lurking in the shadows. A razor-sharp claw plunged from above. The man's eyes widened in horror, unable to react. And so began the night of terror in the United Kingdom. Beneath the towering clock tower, the ground was still stained with blood. In the days that followed, a relentless wave of monsters launched a coordinated assault across the city. Streets swallowed by debris, and monster roars echoing through the sky. Britain's heroes fought with everything they had, but without accurate intel, they suffered tremendous losses. The enemy pressed forward, now converging on London. As the dust settled, massive silhouettes emerged from the smoke, towering creatures moving with terrifying resolve. Their golden eyes glowed not with warmth, but with the chilling promise of death. And then suddenly the golden light in their eyes flickered and vanished. The monsters froze. Moments later, one after another began writhing in pain. Their bodies convulsed violently as they collapsed. Above, the rhythmic thump of helicopter blades filled the air as aircraft hovered overhead. Inside, stunned soldiers and personnel stared down at the battlefield in disbelief. My God, it's working. Cheers erupted as realization spread. Jian stood motionless, still processing the scene. Hai and Jian had been right. The red blossom and extract had worked. The Luke Macasians couldn't withstand it. Yang Pio's gaze drifted toward Jian, his fists clenched at his sides. His eyes darkened with envy. There's no way. That woman, she can't be that good. How? But Jian simply smiled, her voice calm and steady as she turned to her team. All right, let's finish the job. Yes, ma'am. They responded in unison. Without hesitation, she drew her sword and leapt from the aircraft, diving fearlessly into the battlefield below. Later, outside the airport, a massive crowd of reporters and journalists had already gathered, eyes fixed on the entrance. The moment Jian appeared, the crowd stirred in awe. Wow, unbelievable, someone whispered. Murmurs spread among the gathered media. It's really Hyunu Jian. Her achievements at the UK headquarters speak for themselves. She's the one who discovered the Macasians' weakness. She saved the entire country. She prevented the fall of the UK. She deserves every bit of recognition, another reporter added. A reporter gasped. There she is. Julian strode forward confidently, pulling her suitcase behind her. Kong Yangpio followed close behind. The moment they exited the airport, a wall of flashing cameras and shouted questions hit them like a wave. Miss Hai and Julian, over here, please. How did you discover the Macasians' weakness? Despite the overwhelming media attention, Yongpu maintained his trademark charming smile as reporters shifted their focus to him. Mr. Kong Yongpu, could you share your thoughts with us? We heard you captured the most Macasians during this mission. In no time, images of him and Jian were broadcast on massive news screens throughout the city. Today, the 200-person team, including hero Hyunu Jian, has returned safely. As everyone knows, Korea's pride has saved the United Kingdom. The broadcast continued, showing dramatic footage of the monster invasion. The key to hunting the Macasians turned out to be the red flower and extract. Amid the busy city crowd, a lone figure watched silently. His eyes were fixed on the enormous screen above a nearby skyscraper. Standing completely still, he listened intently to the broadcast. The screen shifted to Yongpu's interview, his face filling the frame. Dojin's gaze sharpened, his eyes glowing coldly. Kong Yongpu, he muttered under his breath. Scene shift to a lavishly decorated dining hall. Several neatly wrapped gift boxes adorned the table. A familiar voice broke the calm. A gift for you? Dojin paused, his glass of water halfway to his lips. A gift? He echoed, confused. Hyun Ji-yeon smiled and gestured toward the boxes one by one. That one's for Un-young and Grandma. And this one's for you, C.O. Dojin. With a shy glance, she gently pushed a gift bag toward him. Open it at home, she added playfully. It's not really appropriate to open it here. But Dojin, ignoring her suggestion, reached into the bag and pulled out a neatly folded shirt. He gave a glance and remarked casually, "Looks expensive." Jian didn't deny it. Raising her glass, she replied with a composed smile and says, "Think of it as a thank you. Thanks to you, I was recognized as a hero." Her tone shifted, becoming more serious. "Compared to what you've done for me, this is nothing. If you need it, I'll even buy you a car." Dojin calmly placed the gift bag back on the table. "If I ever need anything, I'll let you know, but I've already been repaid." Julian's playful demeanor faded. Her eyes grew sharper, more determined as she looked directly at him. "If I asked how you knew the Macasians' weakness, would you tell me?" Dojin didn't flinch and says, "Do I have any reason to answer that?" A brief silence fell between them. Jian closed her eyes for a moment, gathering her thoughts before speaking again. "Then what are your plans from here on out?" Her gaze narrowed. She couldn't shake the thought. It can't be something as innocent as world peace. If he's targeting Hong Hiju or Kong Yongpu, that's dangerous. I can't let that happen. Dojin finally spoke, scratching his chin as if pondering deeply. First, probably by a house. The unexpected answer left Jian momentarily stunned. You're renting? She asked, incredulous. Under a purple twilight sky, palm trees swayed along the coastline. Excited cheers and playful laughter filled the air at a luxurious beach resort. Upbeat party music mixed with flirtatious chatter, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Yongpu lounged in the pool, arms draped around two stunning women. But behind his relaxed facade, his thoughts churned. Hyunu Juyin, she's completely different now. His bloodshot eyes fluttered open, mind replaying the events in England. She figured out the monster's weakness. But clearly, she's still hiding how she found that out. He muttered under his breath. A few days before, aboard a private luxury jet, Kong Yongpyo said, "Fine, forget the Makashans. But what about Seo Dojin?" Hyun Ji-yun, still her eye mask with an irritated expression, and says, "What did he mean?" Yongpyo said, "So you took down the prosecutor just to get Dojin out? You were there when Dojin wrecked Cheol-woo, right?" Hyun Ji-yun replied, "Cheol-woo started it. He tried to kill someone inside a gate, and failed. Even when they faced off later, Cheol-woo struck first." Yongpyo let out a cold, bitter laugh. That idiot, blinded by pocket change, that wouldn't be surprised if he got killed. Suddenly, he leaned in toward Hyun Ji-yun, his voice dropping into something dark, and says, "But he's still my cousin." Yongpu muttered, his tone edged with steel. "Which means I have every reason to deal with Seo Dojin myself." Jian didn't respond. She simply turned her head to the side, her expression unreadable, then looked away entirely. "Do whatever you want," she said flatly. "It's none of my business." Yongpu's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing her reaction. What's going on here? He wondered. Their relationship isn't as solid as I thought. Without even glancing his way, Jian tossed him one last remark. "I have no reason to interfere." The soft sound of fine wine being poured into a crystal glass echoed in the background. But her words only deepened Yongpu's suspicion. He took a slow sip of the wine, his gaze thoughtful and dark. No reason to interfere? No, there's definitely something between those two. Scene shift to England, shrubbery. One of the hardest hit locations was left in ruins after the recent wave of monster attacks. The UK Hero Association had deployed personnel to the area, their presence tight and vigilant. They were desperate to collect as many mana crystals as possible before the inevitable second wave struck. A D-rank hero exhaled a weary sigh. What a waste. If we had that red flower ant extract, even guys like us could have taken down a Makashan. The man beside him nodded grimly. Yeah, if the first wave had been stopped in time, this place could have been a gold mine for mana crystals. And says, everyone knew, once a wave-hidden area, no teleportation gates could ever be installed again. One of the guards glanced uneasily at the rift. They say the second wave won't just be Makashans this time, other monsters too. His teammate nodded. Yeah, that's what's terrifying. No one knows what's coming. I heard some countries were completely wiped out. A faint sound behind them made the first man turn instinctively. What? Did you see something? No, the man muttered, eyes still locked on the portal. Just got this weird feeling, like someone walked out just now. His teammate scoffed, clearly unconvinced. The strike team? It's only been 5 hours. They both try to shrug it off and refocus their attention. All right, eyes up. Mana crystal thieves are bound to show up sooner or later. But at that very moment, the red portal let out. Strange arcs of lightning danced across its surface. The guards froze in place, eyes wide. From the portal, a man emerged clad in black armor, a terrifying aura radiating off him like heat from a furnace. Bloodlust hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. The guards stared in horror. He's not one of ours, one of them breathed. Not a hero, not even a hunter. Call HQ. Before they could move, the armored figure raised his hand. A blinding ring of green light materialized in the air. It shot toward them, instantly lifting both men off the ground. Suspended helplessly, they thrashed in panic. Damn it, one of them cursed, pulling out 3 daggers and hurling them. Die, bastard. But the glowing rings deflected the blades with ease. The man's scarred face twisted into a cruel sneer. Pathetic. He clenched his fist. The guard screamed as an invisible force crushed down on them, while the figure watched coldly. So it failed, he muttered. Even after activating the time-space rift, he clicked his tongue. Need to boost the mana output. One of the guards, barely conscious, forced himself to look up. Who are you? He stammered. The armored man tilted his head slightly, as if considering whether to answer. But before the words could come, he flicked his wrist. The guard's body collapsed, bones shattered, blood pooling rapidly. The man calmly lowered his hand, expression filled with disdain. Time to clean up the trash. Scene change. Paju, South Korea. A hidden residential area nestled in a lush, secluded valley surrounded by green mountains. Dojin walked leisurely across an open expanse of grass, his expression calm, his steps unhurried. But as Dojin continued walking, a strange noise made him pause. A gust of wind swept through the valley, sending the tall grass into a wild, rustling dance. Suddenly, from beneath the earth, monstrous creatures erupted, worm-like beasts with jagged, saw-like teeth. One by one, they burst forth, surrounding him in large numbers. Dojin crouched beside one of the gaping holes they had left behind, calmly placing his palm on the ground. 26, within a 100-meter radius, he muttered. An eerie, amused smile crept across his face. A blazing sphere of energy flared to life in his hand. Let's see how many of you can survive this. Without hesitation, he hurled the fireball into the hole. Silence followed. Then boom. A violent chain of explosions erupted underground. The shockwaves shook the field as mangled monster flesh was launched into the air, raining down like steaming confetti. Dojin tilted his head, eyes calmly tracking the falling remains. A smirk played on his lips. Meanwhile, in Hero Association headquarters, inside a modern high-rise office, a man sipping his coffee. His voice was cool, composed. Asked, "So what kind of person are we dealing with?" Across the room, a bespectacled man reviewed a report and confirmed his identity through official channels, and said he used to be a rebellious young man. He once said, "He's a hero." CO Dojin. Next to bespectacled man was Ming Honki, vice director of the Hero Association. Sitting across from him was Taewong, calm, composed, and thoughtful, sipping a coffee. "And say, didn't you say his power can't be measured by hero meter?" Taewong asked, frowning slightly. Hongi flipped to another page in the report and says, "We never got a clear explanation." Taewong gave a low grunt. At the same table, stern-faced man slammed his fist on the table with a sharp thud. One arrogant brat. When questioned by the Hero Association, he should have answered properly. It's that simple. This was Park Sung-chul, vice chairman of the Hero Association. Taewong raised a finger, signaling for calm. "There's one more thing," he said. He turned back to Min Hongi. "Did we learn anything else?" Hongi hesitated for a moment, explaining background that Dojin was trapped in Kong Chulwa's plan. Back in Paju, Dojin's still in fierce battle with the worm-like monsters. Dojin's predatory smile deepened, deadly energy in his palm, humming softly like an unstable core ready to explode. Spectacled man says, CO Dojin, the man who had survived a near-fatal gate incident. The man who had taken brutal revenge on Kong Chilwu. The man who had single-handedly cleared the newly formed rift in Mapo. Another beam of blazing energy tore through the last creature as it tried to retreat, blasting a hole clean through its torso. Though his methods were ruthless, bordering on excessive, one thing was clear. CO Dojin's power was overwhelming. Back in the office, Min Hongi lowered the report, his voice heavy. Co Dojin, his strength is beyond anything we've dealt with. Tai Huang leaned back, folding his arms and closing his eyes. A wild stallion, huh? He mused aloud. Impossible to tame, but undeniably a thoroughbred. Is that what you're saying? Hongi nodded hesitantly. There's more, he added. He's applied for official hero certification. Says he has a sponsor and hopes to bypass standard formalities. A sponsor? From inside the association? Hongi's voice dropped, heavy with implication. An S-rank hero. He named Han Juyan. The room fell into a stunned silence. Even Park Sung-chul, who had been fuming earlier, sat frozen. Tai Huang's eyes narrowed, unreadable. Back in Payu, Dojin stared at his sleek hero ID card. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, seeing his 8th-ranked hero ID in Korea. Around him, the field lay decimated worm, carcasses torn, scorched, broken beyond recognition. This rift zone's cleared now. He pocketed the card and began to walk again. Elsewhere, Korean Hero Association headquarters chairman Tai Huang let out a booming, satisfied laugh, slapping the table hard enough to rattle the glasses. Ah, the boy gets certified and marches straight into the rift? Now that's some nerve. Min Hongi gave a small, approving nod. His decisiveness is on another level. Across from them, Park Sung-chul's face darkened with disbelief. He blinked, processing what he'd just heard. Wait, he went alone? No guild members, no backup, no partners into a level 2 rift? Is he insane? Tai Huang and Hongi exchanged a quick, silent glance as the vice president's voice echoed across the room. Realizing his own overreaction, Sung-chul let out a low cough, straightened his tie, and awkwardly sat back down. But the fire in his voice hadn't gone out. Leaning forward again, his excitement resurfaced. Chairman, if that CO Dojin kid comes out alive, we have to announce it publicly. Korea's 8th S-rank hero. But Min Hongi remained composed and says, we can't assume he wants that. It's only right to ask for his consent before making it public. Sung-chul immediately snapped back, voice booming again. No, Deputy Director Min, don't be ridiculous. In times like this, with the world unstable, news that another S-rank has awakened, that would bring hope. Turning to Tai Huang, he sought reinforcement. Isn't that right, Chairman? Tai Huang remained silent for a beat, then slowly placed his palm on the table and rose to his feet. His gaze was sharp, composed, his voice absolute. I understand both of your perspectives, he said, but I'll meet him myself, face to face. Meanwhile, inside the Payu Rift Zone, Co Dojin was locked in deadly combat. Dojin drove his foot hard into its midsection, the impact sending shockwaves through the beast's body and knocking it backward. But more monsters emerged from the shadows, twisting, slithering, hissing eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Dojin's sharp gaze flicked to the side. One of them tried to flank him. Too slow. With a snap of his wrist, his hand ignited in a swirl of crimson flame. He launched forward, a blur of motion, slicing clean through the creature with searing energy that scorched the very air. One after another, the beasts fell. Dojin fought like a storm, precise, relentless, unyielding. The serpents collapsed in a heap behind him, towering bodies thudding to the ground like felled trees. His palms still glowed faintly from the burning energy, waving a hand to extinguish the embers that lingered around him. His eyes lifted toward the sky, endless, blue, deceptively peaceful. Then he muttered to himself under his breath. As expected, this burns through my mana fast. The scene transitions to the Gazin Hero Complex, where a young man is casually playing a mobile game behind the front desk. Co Dojin enters. Without looking up, the young man says, "Please provide the name under the reservation." Dojin replies, holding something out. "I'd like to see if this can be forged into a weapon." The young man scoffs. "Reservations only. Try another store." Dojin raises an eyebrow. "Didn't you just say there were a lot of reservations?" "Funny. You didn't even check the list. You were the one who answered the phone earlier, weren't you? Listen, mister, we're fully booked, the young man snaps. We don't have time to waste. Just go somewhere else. The craftsmen in this area are all top tier. Without warning, Dojin grabs him by the collar. The young man shouts, "Are you insane? What do you think you're doing? Are you the owner?" Dojin demands. "I'm his son," he yells back. "Then get your father. Now, I came all this way because I heard this place had the best." Flustered, the young man pulls away and steps into the back. "Father, there's a customer asking for you." Moments later, Choi Chokwon, the famed hero weapon craftsman, emerges from the workshop and eyes Dojin. "Who sent you here?" he asks. "Hyun Juyin," Dojin answers, setting down his bag. As he begins to unpack it, Choi Chokwon's eyes widen in disbelief at what's inside. The son stares, equally shocked. "Father, what is that?" "That's the tip of the giant black killer fong," Choi murmurs, almost in awe. "It's been a long time since I've seen something like this." "I want a sleek sword," Dojin says. "Make it as long as possible." Choi snorts. "Long? You clearly don't understand weapon crafting. Non-metallic materials like this lose durability if stretched too much. I'll forge 2 medium-length blades instead." Dojin narrows his eyes. "What? Are you admitting you're not skilled enough? Just connect them into a single blade. I need the length, and enhance its mana absorption to the highest level you can." The son bursts out, offended. "Lack skill? Are you serious? My father's weapons always reach at least grade 3 in mana absorption." While examining one of their swords, Dojin remarks dryly, "This feels like grade 5, before effortlessly snapping it in two. Both Choi and his son watch in stunned silence. "If this is the kind of trash you're producing, don't bother," Dojin adds coldly. Choi, recognizing Dojin's authority, give a solemn nod in agreement. The following day, the scene shifts to a tranquil forest, lush and bathed in morning light. Deep within, a monstrous creature slumbers, its snores rumbling through the trees. Suddenly, its eyes burst open, blazing with fury. It's been awakened. It roars, shaking the forest. Calmly, CO Dojin steps into view, his face hidden beneath a hood. So noisy, he mutters, unimpressed. Gathering energy into his hand, he unleashes a fiery blast that strikes the beast with explosive force. In retaliation, the monster uproots a massive tree and swings it like a club. Dojin nimbly evades, soaring through the air as he prepares his next strike. The creature reels in surprise as Dojin dives down at incredible speed, cloaked in raw power. But in a horrifying twist, the monster instantly regenerates, stronger than before, its single red eye glowing ominously, now surrounded by a sinister green aura. Unfazed, Dojin charges in, clashing with a monstrous cyclops in an intense battle. A devastating blow to its chest enrages the beast even more, but Dojin's strength and mastery of firepower ultimately prevail. With a final, crushing strike, he defeats the creature. As expected, it's hard to sustain the mana sword for long, he murmurs, retrieving a jar from his bag to collect the Cyclops' blood. Later, at a bustling trade center, Dojin calmly places the jar on the counter. The clerk's eyes widen in disbelief. "What is this?" the clerk asks, eyeing the item curiously. "Tell your father, Choi, that with this, he'll be able to fuse 2 black killer fangs with ease," Dojin replies calmly. "Wait, at least tell me what it was," the clerk calls out, but Dojin is already walking away, ignoring him. As he leaves, Dojin reflects silently, "I've gathered all the essential materials. But to truly boost mana absorption, there's still one more thing I need." He pauses in thought. "To be safe, there's only one place on Earth I can get it." The scene cuts to lounging at a scenic resort, Hyun Juyin, seemingly enjoying a vacation. Her phone rings. It's CO Dojin. He says only one word, Brazil. Her eyes widen in alarm, her relaxed demeanor vanishing instantly. A man walked past the poolside in nothing but sleek swimwear, and the lazy rhythm of splashes echoed faintly in the background. Without looking at her, Jiyeon asked in Jew, was a hero sent to Brazil by the association. Inju replied, "Yeah, I guess." A partnership was formed between the Brazilian government and the association. A full-scale operation is being launched to shut down the Rift Zone. Her voice remained calm and says, "Monsters on the Brazilian side are known for their brutality, but a ridiculous number of mana stones are dropped when they're defeated. A decent salary is being offered by the association, so the decision to join the mission was made by our guild." Inju glanced at Ju Yun with a faint smirk and says, "We should go together and bring that man along." Ju Yun narrowed her eyes slightly. It was clear who Inju meant, the 8th S-class, the one whispered about by everyone these days. Voices spilled out in a chaotic tangle of teasing accusations and escalating emotion. "You're not sure? There's even a rumor the two of you are in some kind of special relationship." The words cut sharp, met with a shrill protest. "W, what are you talking about?" Another voice chimed in, mocking with a sugar-coated edge. "How cute. I saw you two sharing a cocostrian." And says, "Well, fine. Go if you wanna. Go," came the flustered shout. Inju cheered, but another voice, quieter, stayed behind the laughter. "But whether that guy will go with us or not, I honestly don't know." The forge flared to life again. Chokwon is amazed, examining a strange compound. Fused materials, not even metallic, bonded seamlessly as if liquefied and pressed by unnatural force. How do they figure this out? To perfectly combine materials that aren't even metal, melted, glued together like this, and to think Cyclops' blood could be used like this. He turned to the blacksmith, voice even and precise. "Make it as long as possible, around 180 centimeters, two-handed form, but with a grip adjusted so I can wield it with one hand, and about 5 kilograms for the weight." The blacksmith paused, arching a brow. Polite speech all of a sudden. "I thought you were just some street thug, but maybe that weapon's really precious to you, huh?" He glanced at the blueprint again. 5 kilograms is no joke. It won't be easy to swing with one hand, and you won't just be swinging once. Dojin say it's fine and to do it that way. Asking how long will it take? The craftsman answered, he will need at least a month to the forge. Dojin exhaled silently, wondering whether grade 7 can handle his full power. He then says that he'll need that material, as expected. He then left the store telling only to shape the form for now, and to enhance the mana absorption after he bring the real material. The question hovered in the back of Chokwon's mind. Can he really get that material in time? Days later, a luxury car pulled into view with a low, humming purr. Its license plate gleamed in the sunlight, unmistakably elite. Hyun Ji-yeon stepped out in tailored precision, holding the keys like it meant nothing. She offered them to Dojin with a casual, "Consider it a gift." He took them without blinking. "Thanks, I'll use it well." His eyes lingered on the vehicle. Did I really seem that insignificant? A car worth 100 million won. This much is appropriate? Hyun tilted her head, tone shifting. Is something going on with the Hero Association? They're revealing my identity, he replied, slipping the keys into his coat. So, I made them pay the price. The price? But Chairman Tae-hwang always insists on fairness in his deals, she muttered. Dojin opened the car door without hesitation. Seems like he understood. The negotiations settled. She sighed behind him, half exasperated. Can't you act more appropriately? Mr. CO Dojin, I'd appreciate it if you also consider my position as the guarantor for your employee registration. The door shut in her face. Moments later, she climbed into the passenger seat beside him. Her voice dropped. The association is in chaos. The Brazil stronghold collapsed. Once things calm down, we'll resume talks with the chairman. Brazil, he echoed. Yes, they're planning to shut down part of the zone entirely. Dojin turned slightly. You're going too? Their shoulders brushed. Her cheeks flushed faintly, but she nodded. I am. Why do you ask? Then go with me, he said, voice low but sure. Her eyes widened, color rushing to her face. She looked away quickly. Across the city, the mood was colder. Director Hong Hee-ju sat tensely across from Kong Yongpyo, irritation biting at every word. How much more do you want? Kong leaned back in his seat, utterly unfazed. Now's not the time to get cheap, Director. Hong Heeju's voice snapped with sharp disbelief. You already received 30 billion won up front. And now you're asking for more? When do you actually plan to do anything? I never should have relied on someone like you. Kang's smirk didn't falter and asked who else would have accepted that request. You think there are killers just lining up to get involved? Hong Heeju's replied that. There are men everywhere who'll kill without a blink, as long as they're paid. Youngpo says her intel's ancient, and he will toss her a freebie. He leaned forward, words landing like hammers. Seo Dojin is S-rank now, and he's South Korea's 8th S-rank hero. The blood drained from her face in disbelief and wonder how Dojin became S-rank. She asked if it's some kind of scam. Yongpyo told her that if she didn't believe it, she should just wait. Sooner or later, the news would come out. He added that the intel didn't come cheap. He had to pay someone for it. Heejo hands trembled. W8. Dojin is really S-rank. Her voice broke into a full shout. If he's S-rank, I can't control him anymore. She slammed her hands down. If it's money you want, I'll pay more. Just do something. Kang's eyes gleamed. Money's important, sure, but a steady business relationship. Now that's worth more. Whatever it takes, she hissed. Just make sure Seo Dojin dies. A notification flashed on Kang's phone. He glanced at it, smiling faintly, and says, Seems the heavens are watching over you, Director Hong. Her eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Kang's grin deepened. Looks like a perfect opportunity to kill Seo Dojin is about to land in our laps. Next day, on plane, with 5 rank in it, comments in social media buzzes about heroes. User Jampong writes, Brazil operation is awesome. Someone coming to Jang Siongo pushes group to first place alone and Park Haeol might be going just for money. And Hyun is dem sexy and Kong Yongpyo, he might be getting big pay. But Seo Dojin, who even is he, while he is peacefully eating noodles? Many are curious about his skill. The Air Haas announce they will soon arrive at Brazil. Scene shift to Sao Paulo, Brazil. Inside a Brazilian Hero Association headquarters, the tense faces gathered in the control room. The news had just come through. The Korean expedition team had landed at the airport. One executive murmured saying, It's a good news, scanning the incoming logs, and says they're the fastest among the nations who respond their call for help. Another executive commented that some Korean heroes skipped lodging and went straight from the plane into Rift Zone for action, driven by the urgency etched into their poly hurry-up culture. But beneath the praise, tension simmered. One executive, voice barely audible, asked what would happen if the Koreans caught on. Another replied in a flat, ominous tone that there were no eternal secrets and instructed them to simply contain it, at least until the operation ended. The response came as a reluctant nod. Silence returned, heavy, strained. Brazil's national treasure, Hero Moray, was defeated and killed by an unidentified being, and it hadn't been a monster. The black box footage left no room for doubt. The killer was humanoid. The location was near the Santorum Rift, and no one, not even now, knew what had truly happened there. Elsewhere, inside a dimly lit room, a briefing crackled through comms. Hyun Ju-yun asked where the Dojin was. The answer came that he is still on the plane. Confusion sparked as Ju-yun reminded Dojin that they had gotten off earlier with the group. The voice replied evenly that he had transferred, saying the destination had been far. A pause followed. As Ju-yun asked what destination, the reply was simple, Santorum. The name dropped like iron. The comms fell quiet, then erupted with disbelief as Dojin had really gone to the most dangerous rift zone alone and the mission hadn't even begun. Cut to briefing room where the associate brief that 2 days of local adaptation had been planned. Every team will be deployed to requested rift zone. Ju-yun exited the hotel and stepped into the cab. Just as the door was about to close, Kong Yongpyo caught it and told her deployment wasn't supposed to start until after orientation. Ju-yun answered calmly that there is a place she wanted to check out. When asked where, Essie repeated the same name, Santorum. Shock rippled through Kong Yangpio like a blast wave. As he stood silent watching her leave, he then noted that even the Brazilian Association had advised avoiding that area. Shadows stretched across the cracked earth, dry and lifeless beneath a suffocating silence. The team finally arrived, only to find Du Jun already there. Zhu demanded at least an explanation for why he had rushed in. He didn't even look up. He said he had waited. They were the ones who were late. Zhu snapped that if he had informed them earlier, they wouldn't have had to rush over like this. Zhu exhaled and told him to just say what they were really here for. He answered, "Blue Croco." A beat passed before someone asked if that was it. If that was the only reason he had come all this way. He returned the question. Did he need another reason? Joanne narrowed her eyes and reminded him. She was 3 years older than him. He asked what that had to do with anything. She told him to show some respect. He insisted that he had been using polite speech the whole time. She snapped back that he kept mixing in casual, and if he wanted things to get awkward, then he should just stick to formal speech. He started to reply in protest, but trailed off. Their bickering drew attention. Zhang and Zhu whispered that he was really pushing Join around. Another remarked that entering a rift like this, uncoordinated, seemed reckless. A third shrugged, saying Hero Hyunjoin was there. What was there to worry about? Someone else agreed she was strong, but pointed out that their leader was just a rookie. Yet another corrected them, saying there were levels to being a rookie. And if it was CO Du Jun, they said he might be the most legendary one they had ever seen. The deeper they went, the thicker the air grew, dense with energy, tension, and something else. Something primal. Someone hesitated before speaking up, asking if CO Du Jun hadn't come here to shut down the rift. He replied with cold calm that he had come to gather materials. Then he asked why he would shut it down. You don't throw away a mine before draining it. Materials? Join echoed. Suddenly a claw tore through the air, razor sharp, blindingly fast attacked them. One of the team members shouted out, saying them to focus and take their positions. A ripple of power surged through the air. They had appeared. A creature stepped into view, massive, armored, and thrumming with energy. Someone groaned that this was way worse than the pictures. Another muttered that it felt too dangerous. Du Jun told them to move aside with certainty. He muses Choi Chokwon word saying, "It won't be easy to get the Blue Croco's heart with bare hands." Then he tossed his prized sword. Its weight spoke more than words. He told him to use it to get the materials. Then came the roar, the clash. The battle had begun, and Dojin slashed the monster in a flash. Then came the crash. Recognition dawned across the faces around him. Someone whispered, breath caught, that they knew it. Someone else gasped that it was insanely strong. In the aftermath of fierce battle, the other heroes were amazed by the SEO Dojin's power. They whispered among themselves, wondering at how he had single-handedly defeated a Blue Croco and countless other monsters. In secretive tones, they added that he had killed a Cocastrian, a fearsome monster bird, in the very same effortless manner, concluding that he was far from an ordinary hero. The group then turned to processing of spoils from the battle. When asked if he had finished sorting the Blue Croco hearts, Du Jun simply showed them the completed task. Ju-yun wondered aloud what the hearts could possibly be used for. Ju-yun noticed the meat Du Jun was grilling and commented that it didn't look like beef. Du Jun informed them it was Blue Croco meat and that it was quite edible, even offering her some. She then questioned why anyone would go out of their way to eat such a thing when they had brought plenty of normal food. Dojin simply says if she don't want it, then don't eat. Then Dojin started eating. Inju questioned about its edibility. Their shock turned to disbelief when Ju-yun, trusting Du Jun's word, decided to try it. After tasting it, she found it to be surprisingly good. This act of trust prompted the group to shift their focus from a monster meat to Du Jun's relationship with Ju-yun. Inju pressed him for his secret, how he had won over someone who had never had a boyfriend and was known for not falling for guys easily. They specifically asked what dating secret had made her trust him enough to eat the strange meat. The question caused Du-jun to briefly reminisce about his past life at the Imperial Academy, before he turned 20 and the noble ladies he had known, Lady Maisel Grain of the Grain Count family, and in his mid-20s, the young lady of the Leshley family, Rowenda Leshlian. He thought of a final place of rest in a destroyed world and a name, Veronica. His thought was broken by the Inju demanding an answer. He cryptically replied that honey doesn't seek out the bee, and it was met with groans and declared the cheesiest line they had ever heard, causing Ju-yun to cough in reaction. Meanwhile, back in Sao Paulo, an assistant reported to Kong Yampa, who was frustrated that the operation hadn't started, wondering if the team had moved quickly just for free food. Yampa wondered why that CO Du-jun and Young In-ju, along with her Violet Magnolia Guild, was with Dojin and why they were heading towards Santorum. They questioned if there were any valuable monsters in that area, noting that all they ever heard from Brazilian authorities was that the place was extremely dangerous. They lamented that everything involving CO Du-jun was always unpredictable. Yampa then received a call from Director Hong, she demanding to know if Du-jun was still alive and when he would actually do his job. Yampa asked her why she was pressing it again and asked if something happened. She revealed that his father, the chairman of T Group, had likely seen the news of Du-jun's S-rank status and had ordered him to be brought back. Yampa observed that even the chairman of the T Group was now stepping in. He noted this development with a hint of sarcasm, asking if that was why Director Hong was so worked up. Hong Hee-ju told Yampa not to joke, as this was a serious matter. He insisted he had finally found a proper partner and would ensure things didn't end on a bad note, while looking at a map of Brazil. In a subsequent call, a cold voice stated that CO Du-jun would never return from Brazil, a plan they liked. Director Hong Hee-ju instructed Yampa to hang up, and Young-po told his assistant to contact Takashi's side, which he acknowledged. The conspirators were pleased that Du-jun had walked into a remote area, making their job easier. The scene returned to Du-jun's group as they ventured into a lush green forest. Ju-yun warned him they were heading into a jungle known for dangerous monsters. When asked what kind, she mentioned a lynx. Du-jun confirmed the creature was indeed there, and when questioned if he knew about it, he calmly stated that of course he did. Anticipating trouble, Ju-yun offered everyone earplugs, explaining that the lynx's cry could paralyze the mind, and that the Brazil Hero Association had warned they must be handled with extreme caution. They were curious that Du-jun, who claimed to know about them, refused the protection earplugs. Despite the warnings, Du-jun walked forward calmly, and the group followed. They soon reached the lynx's territory. The sight of the creature left them shocked, their mouths agape. Someone yelled a panicked warning to cover their ears. But Du-jun remained perfectly calm, gazing at the lynx, ready to face the creature alone. In the night, the moon hung high, silver light spilling across the battlefield as the lynx lifted its head and released a bone-chilling howl. The sound cut through the night like a blade, forcing the team to cover their ears, each of them straining against the disorienting echo. Yet Dojin alone remained calm, his gaze steady as he studied the beast without flinching. Ju-yun's wide eyes stayed fixed on him, confusion swirling in her chest. She could not understand why he did not shield himself from the sound. Yet before the thought could settle, Dojin moved and picked up a stone, flames gathering around it at his command, and hurled it with precision. The fiery strike struck true, forcing the lynx to recoil and vanish into the shadows of the trees. But Dojin gave chase. His footsteps carried him into enemy territory, where the others soon followed, their breath uneven with both awe and disbelief. Inju, still shaken, struggled to comprehend what she had just witnessed, while Ju-yun realized with a start that the lynx's howl had fallen silent. When they reached him, the scene awaiting them froze their blood. More lynx emerged, their hulking forms slipping from the darkness, eyes burning crimson, runes glowing faintly across their fur. The largest of them stepped forward, its gaze murderous, its fangs bared. Ju-yun's body stiffened, stirred deep within her, unnatural and terrifying, as if the beast's presence called forth an echo she could not control. Her vision blurred, and then her pupils flared, shifting into the same sinister red glow as the monster's. In an instant, Dojin moved to her side. His hand covered her eyes, his voice firm as he warned her and the others of the danger. It was not the howl that paralyzed the mind. It was the lynx's gaze. He urged them to close their eyes and trust him. Stepping forward, his blade shimmered as fire wrapped around its edge. Flames coiled at his command, orbiting him like blazing stars. His thoughts flickered with doubt. Was this the extent of his power? Yet he pressed onward, invoking the sacred form of his technique. Vandian sword skill, first form, Karita Malagra Ruckle. His eyes ignited, glowing like fire as the aura gathered into a single, brilliant point. With a sweep of his blade, he unleashed the storm. The fireball streaked toward the lynx pack, exploding across the field in a torrent of heat. The world erupted. Flames devoured trees and soil, splitting the night open with a roar that swallowed everything. The ground shook, sparks rained down, and the forest was carved apart by an inferno, leaving behind a massive trench burning with molten embers. Her chest heaved as she lifted her head, her eyes widening at the sight. The devastation before her was beyond comprehension. One strike had reduced the land to ruin. Amid the chaos, a lynx collapsed lifeless, its body charred. The survivors stood trembling, their strength broken, eyes dim with fear. Dojin advanced with steady steps, his blade gleaming. The beasts tried to ensnare his mind with their gaze, but he cleaved one down without hesitation, his strike merciless. Pathetic, he thought, as the head fell. Those eyes would no longer haunt the living. He claimed the eyes, and with cold resolve, says that he had use for those eyes. Co. Dojin strode forward, his presence commanding the attention of everyone around him. His eyes were cold, unwavering, and behind him followed a group. Their expressions showed no fear, only quiet confidence, while Ju Yun fixed her gazes on his unyielding form. Other heroes whispers in awe, calling what they saw was inhuman, something far beyond the limits of mankind. The group moved forward without hesitation, and in back some even wondered aloud if this man could be stronger than Shabri Alphonse, the famed hero whose feats had long set the standard of power. Another murmured that his strength might rival Cain Lester, the world's strongest hero, though others scoffed, saying to compare anyone to such a legend was absurd. The forest itself seemed to hold its breath until figures emerged from the shadows. Corpses that stumbled and crawled forward, skeletal frames draped in rotting flesh, eyes glowing red with hunger. To them, the lone man looked like clueless prey wandering into their territory. Someone in the hero team muttered that the undead didn't understand the situation, because creatures without brains could hardly grasp it. As one of the creatures lunged, its fangs bared, Dojin's fist shot forward with ruthless precision, the monster's skull shattering under the impact. His golden eyes gleamed as he moved with lethal grace, unfaltering. More rushed him, claws ripping through the air, but his strikes were faster. A clean punch cave in another, a brutal kick shattered a third against the earth, and one after another they fell. Soon the forest floor was littered with broken fragments of the dead. The group behind him stood frozen in shock, wide-eyed at the slaughter. Then, slowly, they advanced as well. From the back came Ji Yun's curious voice, wondering aloud about the swordsmanship she had seen. Dojin turned slightly at her words, and Ju Yun added her question. Where had he learned such a technique, one that left red sparks trailing with every swing? Dojin answered only with another question, asking Ju Yun if she wanted to learn it. Her face brightened instantly as she exclaimed that she did. But Dojin's reply was cold and grounded, while thinking, in such a peaceful world, she would never need it. And says even if she learned it, when would she ever use it? Ju Yun stiffened at his words. Inwardly, she thought there was a limit to being ignored like this. She was an S-rank hero too. Out loud, she insisted she would get to use it at least once before she died, accusing him of simply not wanting to teach her. Upset, she turned away from him, cheeks burning as she muttered that now she understood what he really thought of her. Inju could hardly believe the exchange. With a sigh, she called for everyone to leave the rift, and the group nodded in agreement. As they walked out, she reflected in silence. Thanks to Dojin, they had cleared it without a single casualty. Next time, when they return to close it fully, the time required will be far less. But as she stepped through, a voice struck her ears, low, venomous, and in Japanese. Someone spat out that they would kill Dojin, cursing him for daring to get in their way. Inju froze. She recognized the voice instantly. At that same moment, Dojin pulled Ju-yun close, her cheeks flushing red from the sudden touch. From the opposite side of the clearing appeared a group of men. At their head was Ryoma Takashi, ex-Yakuza, S-rank hero, and guild master Taigoku. Takashi's expression was twisted with irritation as he growled that today had been his chance to finally have some fun with Ju-yun, and Dojin had ruined it. He ordered him to step aside before he smashed his face in, swearing that he would kill him. Dojin remarked casually that it seemed Takashi's own companions didn't care much for him. Ju-yun glanced at him in surprise, asking if he understood Japanese, to which he replied that he knew enough. He inwardly, though, that it had been the real Dojun who had studied it. Takashi blinked in confusion, unable to follow what he was saying, before his subordinate shouted in outrage. The man demanded that Dojin bow his head and apologize immediately for insulting their master, asking if he even knew who he was speaking to. Dojin's reply was curt and dismissive. He wasn't interested, and they should get lost. Inju's eyes widened in alarm, thinking to herself that it was the Taigoku Guild, one of the top 5 guilds in Japan. Their master was an ex-Yakuza infamous for his temper, and even for Dojin, it might be dangerous to escalate. She quickly tried to calm the situation, urging both sides to stand down. But Takashi snarled that this wasn't a place for a woman like her to interfere. At the word bitch, her guildmates flared with fury, shouting back in outrage and calling him a monkey bastard, while his men responded with equal anger. Inju silenced them sharply and introduced herself as Young Inju of Korea's Violet Magnolia Guild, declaring that it would be best to resolve this peacefully. Takashi sneered, saying he had never heard of her guild and mocking her further, suggesting she needed a man as well. Reaching out, he tried to seize Ju-yun's by pulling her by arm. Before he could, Dojin blocked him. Takashi snarled, ordering him to step aside as he swung a fist into Dojin's face. He added that he had business with him as well, promising to kill him later. Dojin's gaze sharpened. Business with him? So the entire act had been nothing more than provocation. Very well, he thought. He would accept the challenge. The next instant, his fist landed with crushing force, sending Takashi flying backward to crash into the ground. His men froze in shock, eyes wide. Even then, Takashi's voice remained calm as he told his allies to step back, claiming that Dojin had thrown the first punch. What followed now was nothing but self-defense. Dojin staggered up with a furious snarl, eager for battle, and Takashi declared it a one-on-one fight. He ordered his subordinates to stay out of it. His aura surged, eyes glowing red as he prepared to strike. From the sidelines, Ju-yun's heart raced. She prayed silently that Dojin would at least show restraint, that he would only half-kill this man. A tense silence filled the air as the opposing groups stood facing each other. The sound of footsteps broke the silence, drawing every eye to Dojin as he stepped forward. He moved without hesitation. His foot crashed down, pinning Takashi to the ground with force that cracked the earth beneath him. Takashi let out a cry, but it was smothered by the weight pressing him down. In the next moment, Dojin threw him aside. Takashi tumbled across the dirt until he came to a halt, broken and gasping. Takashi's group froze, unable to believe what they had seen. Takashi himself could hardly think straight. Nothing he had been told about Dojin matched what stood before him now. The pressure rolling off him made it hard to breathe. His chest tightened as the thought struck him that he would die here. Still, desperation forced him to move. He tried to flee, but Dojin was already in front of him. Dojin told him that someone had put him up to this, and that he already had a good idea who it was. Takashi broke down, begging for his life. Dojin remarked that Takashi was already begging for his life. Before Takashi had the chance to react, Dojin's hand shot forward, seizing him by the hair. His fist tightened, and in the next instant, the punch landed. The blow sent Takashi flying once more, his body crashing hard before skidding across the ground. From the sidelines, Inju noted that the fight was even more one-sided than she had expected. Dojin pressed his foot against Takashi's head, holding him down. Inju gripped Jian's arm, urging her to say something before Dojin killed him. Jian shouted for him to stop, saying that if he kept going, Takashi would die. Dojin answered that he would take responsibility. Jian caught his arm and demanded how he could even claim such a thing, telling him he should not do something that required responsibility in the first place. Dojin replied that he had seen enough scum like Takashi before, and that it was better to kill such people outright. Both women held on to him tightly. Inju pleaded that he should not drag himself down because of trash like him. Jian insisted that they had already learned their lesson. Inju then turned on Takashi's men and told them that if they did not want to end up like Takashi, they had better promise never to try this again. They quickly agreed, but Dojin cut in and said it was not enough. He ordered them to kneel and press their heads to the ground. They obeyed immediately. Dojin reminded them that the Yakuza cut off their own fingers when they made mistakes. One of the men begged for forgiveness. Dojin told them to say the words, that they were trash and that they were sorry, and then he would let them go. One by one, they repeated it. Inju stood frozen, wide-eyed, while some of the others smirked at the sight. Takashi lay broken on the ground while his men groveled. Only then did Dojin let them go. The scene shifted back to the city, sunlight spilling over the skyline of Sao Paulo, Brazil. Inside an office, a high-ranking Brazilian authority sat with reports in hand. His frown deepened as he read, the information weighing heavily on him. Across from him, Jian and Inju waited quietly. The man muttered in disbelief, wondering if he was really expected to believe what he was reading. An S-rank hero like Takashi had been beaten until he was crippled, and by just one man. Since Takashi was the only casualty, he admitted it could not be denied, yet it was still difficult to accept. He said that Brazil had hoped Korea and Japan would work together on the Sanrim Rift, but if the report was accurate, their association had no reason to intervene. The case, he decided, would be handed to the Korean and Japanese associations. Inju answered with a simple yes. The man asked if they had noticed anything unusual at the Sanrim Rift itself. Inju replied that there had been nothing. He nodded slowly before asking why Dojin's name had appeared more often in the report than anyone else's, yet he had not come. Jian explained that Dojin had said he needed to finish wrapping things up. At the hospital, Takashi stirred awake. His body ached under heavy bandages, and even breathing hurt. When his eyes opened, he saw Dojin standing beside the bed, a bouquet of flowers in hand. Fear flashed across his face before he could stop it. Dojin told him to stay still, speaking calmly, as if it were nothing more than a hospital visit. But his words carried weight, and what came next proved it. In his hand, he revealed the lynx eye, its glow shimmering faintly. Takashi's body went rigid as the light caught his gaze. His breath hitched, and his resistance weakened. Dojin leaned closer, commanding him to speak, to tell him what had happened this time. The glow filled Takashi's vision. His pupils widened, and his voice broke as the words spilled out without resistance. He admitted that because of someone like him, weak and worthless, he had caused trouble for the Korean guilds. And the weight of his confession filled the sterile room. Wrapped in bandages, he looked less like a fighter and more like a broken man. Dojin's expression remained unreadable as he listened to Takashi's voice as he muttered that the Yakuza were trash, his words trembling between defeat and resentment. Without responding, Dojin turned away, his steps calm and measured as he left the room. Takashi's broken words lingered behind him, echoing in the empty silence. Scene shift, and we see. Rumors of the clash between the Korean and Japanese hunters spread quickly. News outlets filled their pages with stories, reports of Takashi's defeat, speculation about what had really happened, and headlines asking whether the mysterious Dojin had finally revealed his true strength. Pictures of Takashi bandaged and bedridden circulated alongside blurry shots of Dojin, adding fuel to the storm. Back in offices of Korean Hero Association, Chairman of Hero Association Na Tae-wang remarked that Dojin's name was everywhere now. It had swept through the domestic news like a storm, and the coverage was explosive, and that stories about the Korean hero Dojin came out every single day. His colleague then asked if it was true that the Japanese Hero Association had already given up on the investigation. Na Tae-wang replied and confirmed that it seemed so. Takashi himself, he added, had admitted as much, calling it an undeniable reality. The men continued their discussion over coffee and sitting across the desk, saying he couldn't understand it. Takashi had always been the type to scheme, always trying to pull something. For him to give up so easily made no sense. Na Tae-wang then suggested that it only meant there was something even Japan itself wanted to avoid. Curious, his colleague asked what exactly he meant by that. The answer came with a shake of the head. He admitted he didn't know, but soon enough everyone would know about Dojin. His gaze hardened as he spoke, warning that when it did come to light, the balance of the world's heroes would shift. The night passed quietly, and the countdown to the operation reached its final stretch. Only one day remained before the attempt to close the Brazilian Rift Zone. The Korean heroes who had arrived early were already well adjusted to the area. They mingled naturally with heroes from other countries who continued to gather in the city. Training facilities were filled with the sound of clashing weights and steady drills as individuals pushed themselves to peak condition. Elsewhere, groups gathered in lounges and meeting rooms, discussing strategies, dividing responsibilities, and confirming the finer details of the joint operation. Everyone prepared in their own way, the looming battle drawing closer with every passing hour. On the eve of the operation, a pre-battle party was arranged to lift spirits and encourage success. The hall was bright with music, laughter, and the clinking of glasses, yet all attention soon gathered around a single figure. The star of the night was undoubtedly Co. Dojin. His entrance drew eyes from every corner of the room, whispers following in his wake. Heroes from different nations stepped forward to greet him, their curiosity playing. At the party, Inju whispered that the rumor of Dojin's fight with Takashi had already spread far beyond Korea and Japan. Now it circled the globe, each version painting Dojin as the man who had beaten an S-rank hero into the ground. Everyone who approached seemed only interested in talking about Dojin and his fight with Takashi. She pointed out that Dojin never once boasted about it, which made the attention all the more impressive. To her, it was amazing. Still, she admitted quietly that compared to him, both she and Joyeon seemed just ordinary. Joyeon remained silent, her eyes focused elsewhere, her expression stiff. Inju frowned at being ignored, complaining that her friend wasn't even listening. She asked what Joyeon had seen to make her face so stiff. The celebration continued around them, a sea of faces mingling under glittering lights. Dojin moved quietly through the crowd, drawing glances wherever he went. Among the gathering was Gloria Tyler, America's S-rank hero and the one ranked first in the global Most Beautiful Hero poll. Her arrival pulled the spotlight with ease, her presence as dazzling as her reputation. From the sidelines, Inju and Joyeon watched. Inju pinched Juyeon and loud voice commented that it was the kind of thing bound to sour anyone's mood. She urged Joyeon to get up and do something instead of just sitting there, her tone playful but insistent. Joyeon caught off guard, stammering in surprise. Meanwhile, Dojin's gaze lingered briefly in their direction, his expression unreadable as always. Jian finally gathered her courage and stepped forward through the crowd, her movements a little stiff but determined, her eyes down and cheek red. And though her heart raced, she forced herself to keep walking. Gloria, finishing her conversation, offered a graceful smile and a light farewell, saying it had been enjoyable and that she hoped to see Castle again. She moved on without lingering. Jian blinked at the name, caught off guard, and asked quietly who Castle was. Dojin, while sipping wine, answered without hesitation, saying it was him. Jian looked surprised when she learned that Dojin had once used an English name. She asked about it with curiosity, but he explained calmly that it was simply a name he had gone by before taking on the one he used now. Her thoughts raced as she pressed further, wondering if he had lived abroad as a child. She pointed out that no such detail had appeared in his records when they had checked before. The question slipped out of her, why he had never mentioned that name to her. While the two of them moved further into the hall together, their steps watched closely by Youngpo, his expression one of dissatisfaction. Youngpo muttered under his breath, calling Takashi a worthless bastard. The frustration in his voice was clear. If Takashi couldn't handle someone like Dojin, then the burden now fell to him. He tipped back the glass in his hand, the drink sliding down smoothly, and let the thought settle. Something made him pause. A voice rang from behind, sharp yet measured, warning Dojin to be careful. Jian stood there, her gaze steady and serious. She admitted his strength without hesitation, but her words carried weight as she reminded him that enemies never played fair. The two of them exchanged a quiet, heavy conversation, while Youngpo lingered in the background, standing with his back turned but listening intently. Jian spoke of Takashi's allies, hinting that he had some notable supporters standing in the shadows. Yet almost as quickly, she brushed the concern aside, telling Dojin to forget it, but not without warning him to remain cautious. Dojin, however, remained unfazed, as he dismissed those kinds of people as cowards, weaklings who only acted tough. His confidence sharpened as he looked back in Youngpo's direction, declaring that such allies weren't a threat to him in the slightest. The words struck like a blade. Youngpo's eyes twitched, veins rising as his grip tightened. His eyes burned red with suppressed rage. In his mind, he seethed, branding Dojin a bastard. The thought consumed him that he would kill Dojin with his own hands. The scene shifted, and Inju stood with her team near the Saturn Rift entrance, the air heavy with a strange aura. It was the first time she had encountered something like this, its dark, murky surface twisting unnaturally against the night. One of her teammates, speaking with practiced confidence, reassured the group that there was nothing to fear. Two S-rank heroes were present, after all. With their strength, closing the rift would be a simple matter. He urged them to move quickly, confident they could handle whatever threat waited beyond. Inju's lips curved into a faint smile as she nodded in agreement, brushing aside any hidden worries, and says, "What problem could possibly arise?" Inju commanded everyone to enter, and the heroes began moving in groups toward the glowing rift. Its violet light pulsed against the night, casting strange shadows across the trees, and stepped into the shimmering gateway. Jian glanced back, catching the uneasy expression on Dojin's face. She asked what was wrong, her voice low. Dojin's gaze stayed fixed on the rift, his tone calm, but edged with warning as he asked if she couldn't feel it. Jian, confused, and asked what exactly he meant. Jian then glanced at Inju with concern, asking if she felt anything unusual near the rift. She shook her head, saying there was nothing out of the ordinary, and asked if she was just being overly cautious. Dojin stood a short distance away, his expression darkening. He could sense it clearly. The mana in the air was thicker, far denser than it should have been. The concentration in the air had risen sharply, so dense it scraped at his nerves. Somewhere near, high above the group, cloaked in darkness, an unknown figure watched. In his hand, the glow of a phone screen display as the numbers spiked 23%. the glowing screen reflecting off his scarred face. He muttered that it wouldn't take long before the readings pushed past 30%. His lips curled into a cruel grin as he spat out the words, "filthy bugs." To him, it would be far more convenient if the heroes collapsed and died under the pressure, sparing him the nuisance. Meanwhile, several heroes groaned. They felt the crushing weight of the mana pressing down on them, gasping that they couldn't breathe. Dojin alone stood tall against it. His gaze lifted to the moonlit sky. He could tell immediately the quality of the mana was different, far more dangerous. It was denser even than what he had faced in the Parthenia forest. Inju glanced at Dojin, her expression tightening. It was the first time she had ever seen him look so tense. That alone was enough to unsettle her. She thought to herself that there was definitely something here, something invisible yet pressing down on them. The air inside the rift grew unnaturally heavy, pressing down on everyone like a living weight. Inju's calm voice cut through the unease as she ordered everyone to steady themselves. She reminded them that the strange pressure was likely a unique trait of this rift zone, which make their body heavier than usual, and urged them not to lower their guard. Inju then asked Jian to tighten their formation, moving with practiced coordination. When asked if Dojin could handle the same, Dojin responded with quiet certainty. Inju reminded everyone to stay sharp and that their goal was simple: close the rift, no matter what emerged from within. The group agreed in unison. With clear response, they move ahead in rift. At the same time, Dojin was entering Santrum Rift. Elsewhere across Brazil, teams of heroes were deploying near other rift zones. Near Manaus, the largest in the north, a joint unit of French, Korean, and Brazilian heroes fought together to contain another surge. Then the first screams broke the silence. From the sky above the forest, black shapes descended, winged, chitinous forms that shimmered under the moonlight. Massive killer bees, their eyes glowing crimson, tore through the air in swarms. The heroes barely had time to react as the insects dived toward them. The suddenness of the attack sent a jolt through the group, and one of them muttered in disbelief that none of it made sense, as it was a monster that even C-rank heroes were able to hunt. A cry rang out behind him. Another hero fell. Park Haeol's breath became heavy as he realized the grim truth. Even rank A heroes were being slaughtered like nothing. As his thoughts lingered, the killer bee descended, its crimson eyes locking onto the lone figure below. Park struck the approaching monster with a powerful punch, but the blow failed to finish it. His gaze dropped to his own clenched fists. In a normal fight, he would have torn through these creatures without a second thought, shredding them before they could even react. But here, something was off. Even his strength seemed dulled, his power suppressed. The monsters advanced from every direction, surrounding his group as they braced themselves for the final battle, as they wonder how many of them would actually make it out alive. While on the other side, a sudden blur split the air as a blade came crashing down, cleaving through one of the heroes' position. Cracked formed across the ground, glinting under the moonlight. From the tree line, many orcs emerged, their eyes glowing with a sickly crimson gleam. Among the group, one of the younger heroes commented, his voice steady but strained. He said the situation felt wrong. The black orcs were too strong for a normal rift of this type. Inju glanced around, her expression tightening as she realized he was right. Heroes lunged forward with a sharp cry, their blade flashing under the moonlight. The blow landed, yet the orc stood unfazed, its massive frame barely shifting under the impact. Orcs looked back, its eyes glowing blood red. It raised an enormous axe, the weapon pulsing with the same dark energy as the rift behind them, and swung it with great force. Ji-Yuan moved in a blur, her violet hair slicing through the air as she intercepted the strike, pulling her teammate back just in time. The startled fighter stammered out gratitude, breathless from the close call. She warned him sharply not to rush in recklessly. Before the words even settled, The ground quaked beneath her as she propelled herself forward, her movements swift and deliberate. From above, she locked on her next target, an enormous orc, muscles coiled and ready to strike. The two forces collided with explosive momentum. Power crackling between them, Jae-yuan surged forward, her aura flaring with violent energy, with purple light coiling around her arm. She closed the distance in an instant, striking at the orc with crushing force. The impact sent a shockwave ripping through the air, but the monster held its ground, its massive body absorbing the blow. Without hesitation, she twisted midair and struck again. Jae-yuan landed an orc's head with a flash of violet light, the strike cleaving through the orc's guard with explosive force, armor splitting under the sheer weight of her strike. As another orc charged in from behind, its massive axe cutting through the air with a roar, Jae-yuan's form flickered and vanished. The strike came down with full force, but instead of meeting her, the blade crashed into one of its own. The unsuspecting orc was struck down by its comrade's blow. For a brief second, both monsters froze, confusion flashing across their faces. Then, from above, a surge of violet energy descended like lightning. Jae-yuan reappeared midair, her eyes cold and focused. Then she struck again before they could recover. That sent the orcs flying and crashing in the ground. The group stood together, watching the battle unfold. One of them remarked that he almost forgot because of how strong Dojin truly was. But witnessing this reminded him what being an S rank really meant. Their awe spilled into excitement, as they called it nothing short of amazing. Across the field, a massive orc roared, its eyes glowing red as it charged forward. But before it could strike, Dojin moved, his fist blow through the air in a flash of light that ended the fight as swiftly as it began. In the aftermath, as the monsters' bodies fell silent, Inju noted how absurd it was to find such strong creatures gathered at the dungeon's entrance. She thought that even with two S-rank heroes present, closing the rift wouldn't be easy. As Eugen approached the fallen orcs, she glanced at Dojin and asked what he was looking at. Dojin, still focused on the air above the corpses, asked in return if she couldn't see the black ripple. When asked what he saw, he explained that it wasn't visible unless one focused. That ripple, he realized, was the reason these monsters had grown stronger. He wondered why dark mana was appearing in a place like this. Behind him, his teammates stood frozen beside the fallen orcs, eyes wide in disbelief as they tried to comprehend the monster's overwhelming strength and the reason behind it. As they moved forward deep in the forest, under a cold night sky, something moves below the ground and a massive shape raises. A single crimson eye snaps open. Before the creature can fully surface, a blade cleaves through the darkness, its form rippling violently as it lets out a distorted shriek. A man lands lightly on the ground, but his eyes are sharp, alert. Another figure slides and beside him, breathe tense. Even the swamp ghoul, known for its absurd vitality, looks different now, stronger, denser, more dangerous. The monster surges forward. A wave of black mass crashes down like a wall. The swordsman moves. He twists, cuts, redirects, but the impact still sends him skidding across the ground. The second man grits his teeth as he says that it was attack strong enough to tear his combat suit, and is dangerous as he charges an attack at Ghoul. The Ghoul roars, its body expanding grotesquely as it lunges again at the first man. At the last second, a blur cuts through the air. As Inju spins forward, blade screaming as it tears into the monster's core. Steel carves through the air in a clean, relentless sweep. The swamp ghoul recoils, its massive frame rippling as the force tears through its body. Inju then wonder if the swamp ghouls are this strong, Monster Belkara will be even worse. She turned her head, her eyes narrow, and wonder if this rift was special somehow. And then she pauses, her gaze sharpens. Brasil? No. The ground behind them churns with multiple ghouls' bodies bubbling and reforming. horns and fangs scraping wetly against each other. The realization hits her. Could it be every rift zone in the world? Scene shift to rift zone near Manaus. The forest erupts with movement, and we see hero Siongo sprint through the forest, thinking that his teammates are all dead. Singfo clicked his tongue, sweat sliding down his temple as he spoke under his breath. Brazil's Alvado was here too. France's David as well. Both of them S-rank. His gaze hardened as the truth settled in. All of them had been killed by Belkera's attack. Scene shift to Joyen as she turned sharply, asking did he mean Velker? Before an answer could come, Dojin moved. His body blurred forward in an instant, punching through Swamp Ghoul with raw force. Dojin calmly answered that Velker was an awakened monster. One infused with dark mana is the most dangerous kind. Joyen then asked if this dark mana was the same black aura that had clung to the Black Orc before. The answer came as the creature emerged, its body wrapped in thick, violet-black energy that crawled over its armor-like skin. The oppressive presence alone made the air feel heavy. She replied that she could see it clearly now. Even the swamp ghouls were steeped in that same tainted power, and that was exactly what made them stronger. Dojin acknowledged it without hesitation. It wasn't just mana in the air. It was mana forced straight into their bodies, compressed and refined to a dangerous level. The group froze as the swamp stirred again. One of them turned back in shock, eyes wide as the dark water rippled unnaturally. Joyen muttered in disbelief, asking if this was mana, and asked, comparing it to the kind used in games when casting magic. Dojin let out a tired sigh, and Joyen snapped back asking if she annoyed Dojin, and asked if mana wasn't some fantasy concept, and if it actually existed in this world. Dojin replied that difference between heroes and ordinary people is the presence of mana. Then a grotesque shape burst out of the swamp, its body overflowing with condensed mana. This thing was far stronger than anything they had faced so far. Dojin then punched the swamp with a crushing weight. The air screamed as it fell, forcing everything beneath it. The flow of mana there was dense and unnatural. Dojin realized that this world doesn't even understood the concept of mana, and yet it was overflowing with it. His eyes narrowed as the realization settled in. So this means that this world was peaceful, but the peace they'd taken for granted won't last much longer. Another swamp monster roared around him, pouring down like a waterfall, heavy enough to crush the ground beneath his feet. His gaze hardened, a sharp glint flashing through his eyes as he clenched his fist. His punch sent ripples through the swamp monster, the pressure building higher with every movement. The punch shockwave he released crashed outward like a tidal wave. Dark currents twisted around his body, surging high before slamming into the ground with a deafening impact. From a distance, other teammate froze. They turned at the same time, eyes wide, staring at the aftermath. After a fight, Joyen broke the silence and asked Dojin that out of all types of mana, if it was the black mana that strengthened monsters. Dojin confirmed it without hesitation, and he put it simply that it was like an athlete pumped full of performance-enhancing drugs. That comparison made everything click. But then the question came up. How did Dojin even know about this? Dojin remarked that it was strange they didn't already know this, his tone calm, but pointed. As they pushed deeper, leaving the swamp ghoul territory behind, the deeper they went, the more cautious they became. Everyone clearly remembered the warning, that the area where Belkera spawn area, which was dangerous. Their pace slowed naturally, each step measured. The group stayed tight, eyes scanning the dark forest ahead. Tension hung in the air, thick enough to feel. Then Inju raised a hand. She ordered her team to halt, her voice firm. Then she called out to Dojin, saying they had found something. Hanging from the trees were grotesque shapes, Belkera's feeding cocoons. Pale, web-wrapped bodies swayed gently, half hidden in the darkness, filling the air with a quiet sense of dread. Seeing those, Inju urged everyone to stay sharp, warning that Belkera should be nearby if these cocoons were there. Before panic could spread, Dojin shut it down with a single word, no. Dojin's expression hardened as he focused his mana, flames flickering to life in his palm. He stated that the real danger wasn't somewhere. It was already right there with him. At least, spotting it early was a small mercy. Someone hesitantly asked if he was a mage. Another questioned what he meant by danger, wondering if he was talking about the cocoons hanging around them. Dojin didn't answer directly. Instead, he raised his hand and released the gathered firepower. In an instant, he fired them all. The cocoons were engulfed in a violent burst of light and heat, exploding apart as fire tore through the webbing. As the flames devoured the cocoons, Dojin explained that Belkera absorbed dark mana and used these nests to control the dead like puppets. Leaving even one intact would mean being surrounded and wiped out in an instant. Dojin's gaze sharpened as he turned back and says that with the cocoons destroyed, he stated calmly that all that remained was to hunt down Belkera itself. Then they moved forward together, the tension still heavy in the air. Someone couldn't help but think that even though this was Dojin's first time facing a situation like this, he seemed to understand everything instinctively. The thought followed naturally. The more they saw, the more impressive he seemed. At first, they had assumed he was simply strong, but this went beyond strength. It felt inhuman. Juyin leaned in closer. She asked him honestly if he was on some kind of second life, half joking but clearly serious beneath the smile. Juyin's words made Dojin pause. Second life? He allowed a quiet breath, almost a laugh, and thought that if that was what she wanted to call it, then maybe she wasn't entirely wrong. The conversation didn't linger. Dojin shifted the focus back to the mission, asking Inju how far it was to the Rift Core. She replied that once they passed through the jungle ahead, they were told it would be about halfway there. Halfway. That was enough. Dojin nodded, his tone firm, as he stated they would close it today. The moment the words left his mouth, Inju and Juyin's eyes widened. Someone spoke up carefully, saying that maybe Dojin could push forward, but the guild members couldn't as most of them had already spent too much stamina fighting through the swamp. Their condition was obvious. Dojin looked at them in silence for a moment. Then he told them to rest. He'd take care of Velkera and come back. Before anyone could argue, he turned away, already moving. The decision was final. A beat passed. Then the ground shifted. Dojin shot forward in a blur, his figure shrinking rapidly as he tore through the forest. The air split around him, curved trails marking the path he left behind. Behind him, the others could only stare. One of them muttered in disbelief, wondering how he could still have that much strength left. After everything they'd been through, it didn't make sense. The forest swallowed him almost instantly, and the darkness closed in where he'd just been. The forest stretched and warped as Dojin pushed deeper, his vision tunneling as mana surged through his body. Then something flickered. He stopped. His eyes sharpened as the presence came into focus. He'd found it. Ahead, Velkera revealed itself, its massive form crawling out of the darkness. Eyes glowing an ominous red, air screamed as it moved, but Dojin didn't hesitate. He launched forward, blade raised, his figure cutting a clean arc through the night as he struck. Velkera shrieked as it rose to its full height, its many limbs spreading wide as the sound tore through the night. The pressure of its presence crashed outward, warping the air between them. Dojin didn't retreat. Then Velkera moved, web exploding outward, threads slicing through the air like blades, but Dojin was already gone. His figure blurred, slipping through the gaps as the attack shattered behind him, and Dojin's strike followed through in a single, decisive arc, crossing in a blinding flash that split the darkness apart. Velkera was killed, its massive body skidding as its limbs fell on the ground itself. Dojin landed smoothly, knees bending to absorb the force, exhaling as his eyes tracked the creature's body. Dojin flexed his fingers slowly, watching the faint traces of mana around his hand. He wondered if this was the effect of absorbing dark mana using his own technique. If it was, That would explain why he didn't feel tired at all. From a distance, the others had regrouped, still trying to process what they had just witnessed. Joyeon muttered that it didn't feel real, that he had caught a Velkara alone, just like that. Inju agreed quietly. And yet, despite everything he'd done, Dojin didn't look exhausted in the slightest. He stood there calmly. Dojin glanced around the quiet forest and said he couldn't sense any monsters nearby anymore, and he suggested they rest for a bit. The others didn't argue. They quickly set up a small camp, lighting a fire that pushed back the darkness. Equipment was set down, tension easing as the crackle of flames filled the air. One of them remarked that the meal actually smelled good, surprising everyone, and asked Dojin if he could try some of the meat. Dojin then handed over a freshly roasted piece of meat, steam rising into the cool night air. A quiet "thank you" followed as it was accepted without hesitation. Another teammate watched closely, unable to hold back his curiosity. He asked why he had suddenly decided to eat it. Black Shirt Guy joked that maybe he was that strong because he ate things like this. The comment drew a few uncertain laughs, but the curiosity lingered. Another hesitated, then wondered out loud if he should try it too, though he wasn't sure it would actually change anything. Black Shirt Guy then told him to just sit down, saying there was nothing to lose anyway. Dojin, calm as ever, thought that the meat wouldn't give him power. It would just fill his stomach. Dojin noted that he didn't dislike someone who genuinely wanted to grow stronger. Then, with a small flick of his fingers, a faint glow gathered in his palm before drifting toward the roasted meat. Dojin then considered it a small gift or his teammates. The change was subtle at first, but as the heroes took a bite, their eyes widened. Warmth spread through their body instantly, not just filling her stomach, but flooding their bobi with renewed energy. Dojin simply watched in silence. Seen shit, then we see the map. A finger traced a straight path through the jungle, pointing to a dark circle marked ahead. If they kept going in that direction, they'd reach the rift core. But someone pointed out the obvious: everyone was exhausted. It might be smarter to fall back and attack again tomorrow. Inju hesitated, reminding them that Dojin had said they would close it today. Still, their supplies were nearly gone and their packs were already full. Dojin then looked at Juyin and asked if she agreed with pulling back. She didn't answer right away. She admitted it would be a lie to say she wasn't tired. And with the monsters growing stronger from the dark mana, rushing in blindly wasn't ideal either. Dojin hummed quietly, thinking. The original plan had been to close the rift as late as possible. Rare resources like the blue orc's heart and other materials that could only be obtained in Brazil, and secure as many resources as possible before closing the rift. But the emergence of dark mana changed everything, and variables like that never meant anything good. He admitted quietly that there was something about this dark mana that bothered him. Without another word, he reached into his bag and took out several red crystals, the light reflecting sharply off their surfaces. He handed them over and told the others to take them and head back to the hotel first. The decision was sudden. Dojin adjusted the strap over his shoulder and stepped forward, leaving the red crystals behind for them. Juyin and the others watched in silence. Without turning fully, he told them he would close the rift quickly and follow after. Then he walked deeper into the forest alone. A huge sludge monster rose from the ground, its body a strange mix of liquid and beast. Dojin moved at once, cutting through it with fast, precise strikes. Yet even after one fell, many more remained. His eyes narrowed. Drawing his sword in one smooth motion, he slashed through another. Without hesitation, he reached into the collapsing sludge and pulled out a mana stone. The scene shifted to Inju's group as they made their way through the forest. Inju wondered if Dojin would really be all right. Joyen reminded her that she had seen him shoot off like a bullet after saying goodbye. Inju admitted that she had. Joyen added that he still had plenty of strength left. Noticing Joyen's expression, Inju asked why she looked so down and whether she was worried. Joyen quickly denied it, but her gaze lingered. Deep down, she felt embarrassed to even be considered the same S rank as him. In all the world, she doubted there was another S rank like Dojin. At that moment, a massive troll charged forward. Dojin dropped from above, and with a single strike, his blade split its head in two. Blood sprayed through the air. A giant ogre rushed forward, its red eyes burning with rage. Its fist came down like a crashing boulder. Dojin did not step back. He let out a slow breath, stepped in, and gathered flames into his hand. Several fireballs formed around him. Then, with a sharp thrust, he sent them flying forward. The blast swallowed everything in a sea of fire, their bodies consumed by the flames. When the fire faded, troll corpses lay scattered across the ground. Dojin calmly looked over the battlefield before collecting mana stones from their remains. Later, Inju's group finally left the rift zone. They looked exhausted as they walked away from the portal. Back in the forest, Dojin drove his blade through one monster's chest. In a single sweeping strike, both bodies were cut apart, their upper halves falling to the ground. He reached into the corpse, gripped the monster's heart, and pulled it free. Without hesitation, he placed it into a glass container and sealed it. Behind him, the corpse twitched once before becoming completely still. He then placed several red mana stones on the ground, counting them as he noted that they dropped quite a lot from each monster. With a calm expression, Dojin slung his pack over his shoulder and continued walking alone deeper into the forest. Cut to the Brazil Hero Association headquarters, operations room. Staff members were watching the monitors when alarms suddenly began ringing. A sharp beeping filled the room. Everyone quickly turned toward the flashing signal. The marker blinked over Santrum. It spiked sharply, then suddenly disappeared. It was gone. Cheers erupted throughout the operations room. The rift had been closed. It was the Santrum area. The chairman quickly asked which team had been sent there. A Korean team. The Silkflower Guild? After a brief pause, one of the operators hesitantly reported that the guild had contacted them 10 minutes earlier, saying they were already on their way back. Silence filled the room. The chairman repeated in disbelief that it had been 10 minutes ago. The operator confirmed that they had just exited the rift at that time. Confusion spread across every face. If the team had already left, then who had closed the rift? Back to 10 minutes earlier. Twin-headed ogres charged forward, their bodies swollen and twisted by dark mana. Their muscles bulged, and purple veins pulsed across their skin. Dojin observed that they were creatures rapidly evolved by dark mana. Adjusting his grip on his blade, he stepped forward. The ground cracked beneath his feet. Then, in a blur, he moved. His eyes locked onto a point beside the creature's leg. That had to be the core. He decided to finish this quickly. Raising his sword, he gathered power along its edge. Golden light condensed there, bright, heavy, and humming with contained force. Dojin launched forward. Vandian's sword style, second form. In an instant, a blazing slash cut across its hand. The ogre let out a roar of pain. Dojin looked up, his golden eyes gleaming. He asked if it was already surprised. This was only the beginning. With a sharp motion, he flipped his blade upward and slashed across its torso again and again. But the ogre did not fall. Its body was far tougher than ordinary monsters. Dojin paused for a brief moment. Then he told it that he was just getting started. Flames gathered along the edge of his sword before bursting outward into crossing bands of light. The glowing lines formed a burning cage around the monster. Each swing of Dojin's blade left a bright trail hanging in the air for a moment. The forest lit up with crossing bursts of fire. But the hunt was not over yet. One of the ogres raised both arms, preparing to crush him. Too late. Golden lines flashed upward in a crisscross pattern. For a split second, the monster stood trapped inside a burning web of light. Then the light sliced through its body. Its massive form broke apart along the glowing lines, falling into pieces before it could even hit the ground. Dojin lowered his blade and let out a quiet breath. The forest fell silent, but not peaceful. Before him, purple mana swirled violently, expanding like a spinning vortex. Dojin stepped closer and observed that even this close to the rift, the concentration of dark mana had not changed. If it was not flowing from the core, then perhaps there was another source. That would mean someone had caused this. To fill an entire rift zone with this much dark mana, it would require something on the level of an undead lord or an imperial lich. But if such a being truly existed here, Earth would already be overrun by the undead. For now, he could not make any clear conclusions. Either way, if the source was external, Simply closing the rift would not solve the problem. His fist tightened. Then he punched the swirling mass of purple mana. The unstable energy compressed inward. Cracks spread across its surface before it shattered into countless fragments. Watching the pieces scatter, Dojin decided that he would need to investigate further. His golden eyes sharpened. Back at the Brazil Hero Association headquarters, the director read through the latest report. No matter how he looked at it, the results were hard to believe. His assistant agreed. A joint force from 3 nations had been sent to one rift, yet only a single S rank had survived. Meanwhile, in Santrum, another team had not only survived, but had successfully closed the rift with every member returning alive. What made it even more shocking was that reports from other rift zones all told the same story: failed assaults, forced retreats, and heavy losses. One of the staff members informed him that a full report was being compiled and would be submitted soon. The director let out a long sigh. Even with an S rank assigned to every rift, things had still turned out this badly. He then asked if the only team to succeed had been Hero Min Ju-yun's Korean team. The aide hesitated before admitting that it was difficult to call it a Korean team. The director frowned and asked what that meant. Had he missed something? Wasn't the Korean team the one sent to Santrum to close the rift? The aide confirmed that they had been. However, the rift had been closed after they had already exited. Silence filled the room. Then how had it been closed? The director immediately asked where Hero Min Ju-yun was at that moment. His chair scraped loudly against the floor as he stood. The aide informed him that she should be arriving at headquarters any moment. The director ordered that she be brought to him immediately. The scene shifted once more. From the moment Hyun Ju-yun and Jung In-ju's team exited the rift, it had taken them about an hour to reach headquarters. During that same hour, Dojin had already closed the first rift and had entered the second. Inside the second rift, Dojin quickly realized that the core was underwater. He looked over the quiet riverside town. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he decided it was time to move. At the Brazil Hero Association, the chairman stared at Juyin in disbelief. He demanded to know if she truly expected him to believe that. Juyin remained calm. If it was Dojin, then it was entirely possible. The chairman pressed further, asking if she was really saying that Hero Co Dojin had closed an entire rift zone by himself. Juyin answered that he probably had. The chairman let out a heavy sigh. He admitted that this information was classified, but S-rank heroes had already died in other rift zones. Juyin replied that if not for Dojin, she would have been one of them. That only made the chairman more troubled. Monsters had grown stronger through something called dark mana, gaining power that surpassed even S-rank heroes. And yet, Co Dojin had overcome all of that. Still, new reports had just arrived stating that several rifts in southern regions had already been closed. Jian considered this for a moment. Perhaps dark mana had not appeared in those areas yet. Even so, they could not let their guard down. The danger level was nothing like before. The chairman nodded. He then asked about the entrance color she had mentioned earlier. For now, Jian explained, that was the only reliable way to identify affected rifts. Without wasting another second, the chairman grabbed the phone and ordered his staff to verify the entrance of every rift across Brazil immediately. As Jian left, she placed a call to Chairman Nate Huang in Korea. She quickly explained the situation regarding dark mana. So far, there had been no notable changes reported in Korea, but they were keeping a close watch. As she listened, Jian's thoughts turned grim. Even for A-rank heroes, facing multiple monsters infused with dark mana would be overwhelming. And if a boss-class monster were to absorb dark mana, the results would be far more horrifying. They needed to prepare as much as possible. The scene shifted back to Dojin. He knew that in rifts with rivers, lakes, or islands, the core was usually hidden underwater. That made such rifts especially difficult. Humans could not breathe underwater, and very few heroes could fight at full strength in that environment. One of the rare exceptions was Ivan Looper, New Zealand's national hero. As an S-rank specializing in underwater combat, he was highly sought after around the world for underwater rifts. Upon awakening, he had gained the unique trait of underwater breathing. Dojin could already feel it. The dark mana in the water was even denser. It was time to begin. Without hesitation, he dove into the water. The depths were incredibly dark. He wondered if the thick, dark mana was the cause. First, he stabilized himself underwater. Then he wrapped his body in mana, adjusting to the resistance around him. Soon, he landed firmly on the riverbed. A large fish suddenly lunged at him. It was an Arachon, and it looked far stronger than normal, swollen with dark mana. Dojin increased the flow of mana through his body. With a single strike, the Arachon split cleanly in two. He looked at the remains with disgust. Before he could move on, a massive swarm of dark mana-infused piranhas rushed toward him. Dojin thought that if Ivan Looper were here to witness this, even he would be shocked. Yet Dojin remained completely unfazed. Unaffected by the underwater pressure, he moved with perfect control. His feet stayed planted firmly on the riverbed as he threw punches just as fast as he would on land. One after another, the piranhas were torn apart. Still, dealing with all of them was becoming troublesome. He pressed forward through the dark water. Then his eyes locked onto a new creature in the distance. A fish with glowing yellow eyes. Dojin immediately recognized it. Akermos. Dojin had not expected to encounter one here. In his previous world, every person who had risen to legendary status shared one thing in common. They had hunted an Akermos when they were still unknown. There was no way he could let such a rare opportunity slip away. As if sensing his intent, the Akermos began to create a subspace. A distorted rift formed around it, growing larger and larger as it tried to pull Dojin inside. Dojin remained firmly in place. Akermos had no natural enemy. No matter what it faced, it created a subspace and swallowed it whole. Its pulling force intensified, but Dojin resisted. At the same time, his mana surged outward in powerful waves. Beating it to death would have been easy, but if he did that, he would lose the chance to claim its subspace. He had to suppress it using pure mana. Only then would the subspace become entirely his. His aura exploded outward. The water around him shook violently, and nearby fish were torn apart by the sheer force of his mana. Extending his hand, Dojin poured even more power into the struggle. At this rate, Akermos would be pushed back. But releasing this much mana came at a cost. He had no choice but to draw in the dark mana filling the depths around him. The moment he absorbed it, blood trickled from his nose. He grimaced. It seemed he had pushed his current body a little too far. Still, he had no intention of stopping. It was time to go all in. His mana output rose even higher. With a thunderous burst, both Dojin and the Akermos shot out of the water. Then, in one decisive moment, he seized control of its subspace. He had it. Akremos' subspace now rested in his hand, but the strain of capturing it was immense. The moment he secured it, his body finally gave out, and he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, the gentle chirping of birds filled the air. A bird perched nearby, and the sudden sound made him sneeze. He slowly sat up, realizing that he must have blacked out. Looking down at his hand, he immediately noticed the difference. His mana had increased compared to before. That alone made the effort worthwhile. But the true reward was even greater. He activated his newly acquired ability, the subspace of Akermos. A satisfied smile crossed his face. This was the biggest gain of all. There was nothing left for him to do in this rift. Now, all that remained was to close it and return to the lodge. As the day came to an end, Dojin stood quietly beneath the evening sky, watching the peaceful sunset stretch across the horizon. At the Korea Hero Association, an assistant delivered grim news to Chairman Na Tae-won. Though it had not yet been officially announced, the deaths of several heroes had been confirmed. They had lost people they could not afford to lose. The assistant explained that these incidents seemed to have occurred only in certain rift zones. Chairman Na noted that Hero Co Dojin had managed to close those affected areas. He was proving to be even more remarkable than expected. The assistant added that, with the Ryoma Takashi incident already making headlines, the impact of this new crisis would be even greater. While Hero Hyunjin had drawn much attention overseas, he admitted he was glad that a Korean hero was now in the spotlight. Chairman Na then asked about the situation with domestic rifts. His secretary reported that there were no signs of similar abnormalities in Korea. It appeared to be a sudden, localized phenomenon, but they could not be certain. Chairman Na warned them not to jump to conclusions. They could not afford to lower their guard for even a moment. The secretary agreed, then mentioned concern for Co Dojin. Chairman Na raised an eyebrow. Brazil's chairman, Daniel Lopez, was known for being extremely tight-fisted. Was that why the secretary was worried? The secretary quickly shook his head. On the contrary, He was willing to bet that Chairman Lopez would be the one squeezed dry by Co. Dojin. Chairman Na burst into laughter. That sounded exactly right. Co. Dojin was far from ordinary. The scene shifted to Brazil. Dojin, Inju, and Jian sat across from Chairman Lopez, negotiating the terms of a new agreement. The chairman protested that Dojin's demands were far too excessive. Dojin simply replied that if that was how he felt, then there was nothing more to discuss. He rose from his seat, ready to leave. Panicked, Chairman Lopez immediately told him to wait. He urged Dojin to think about Brazil's safety. Wasn't protecting people part of his duty as an S-rank hero? Dojin stopped and turned back. Duty? He had already closed 2 rifts entirely on his own. What duty remained for him? If anyone should be reminded of their duty, it was the Brazilian heroes who had yet to fulfill theirs. Brazil's safety had nothing to do with him. If Korea's rifts had fallen into such chaos, would Brazil have sent heroes to help? Chairman Lopez fell silent. He could not deny it. The truth was harsh. Every rift zone within a 500-kilometer radius of Santrum had become inaccessible. If another such anomaly occurred, Brazil would be in serious danger. Jian calmly stepped in. That only made the answer simpler. Compared to Brazil's safety, Dojin's demands were not expensive at all. After a long pause, Chairman Lopez finally agreed. From that point on, Brazil would pay $50 million for each rift zone Dojin closed. Dojin nodded. That was what he should have offered from the beginning. For the 2 rifts already closed, he expected $100 million to be deposited immediately. Jian could only smile to herself. If this ever became public, people might call her money-hungry. Still, the proud Brazil Hero Association would never willingly leak such details. She glanced at Dojin, and he returned the look. Even if it did become public, he would not care in the slightest. That was simply who Co. Dojin was. Nearby, Inju watched the exchange with wide eyes. For a brief moment, Dojin found himself in his inner world, standing before the real Co. Dojin, and says, with this much money, the dream of owning the safest home imaginable would easily come true. He had kept his promise. He asked if that was enough. Back in Korea, Eun-young and her grandmother watched the news together. The broadcast reported that although the Brazilian government had initially resisted Dojin's demands, they had ultimately agreed because they had no other choice. Meanwhile, in Brazil, Dojin signed the contract with the Brazil Hero Association. At the same time, the association was the first to request that he sign a non-disclosure agreement, ensuring that his public image would remain untarnished. Elsewhere, Youngpo was seen drinking, while Seongo remained bedridden, still recovering from his injuries. At the airport, the bodies of fallen heroes were loaded onto a plane. The public gathered in mourning, many unable to hold back their tears. Dojin, along with Park Hae-yeol and many other heroes, attended to pay their final respects. It was a solemn farewell. Later, back at the hotel, Inju asked if Dojin would be joining them for the next rift as well. Dojin's expression was hesitant. He admitted that he was simply weighing which option would benefit him more. Inju repeated the phrase, puzzled. Dojin explained his plan. While he closed one rift alone, her guild would move to the entrance of the next. Then they would close that rift together. Inju quickly caught on, and while he finished up the one they had closed together, he would move on to close yet another on his own. Dojin confirmed it. That way, they could close as many as 3 rifts in a single day. For the rifts they cleared together, he would even give her guild a larger share of his portion of the reward. The group erupted in cheers. Later, Dojin quietly spoke to Jian. Until he arrived, she was not to push herself too hard. Her priority was to keep her guild members safe. That much, surely, an S-rank hero could handle. Jian nodded, slightly flustered. Nearby, the other guild members noticed the private exchange. They immediately began whispering among themselves, convinced the two had been encouraging each other. Seeing Jian's flushed face only fueled their suspicions further. To them, it was obvious they had to be dating. The group laughed, and soon preparations were made to depart as soon as everyone finished eating. Not long after, Dojin found himself standing alone in another forest. A one-eyed monster lunged at him. A swarm of lesser cyclopes. Dojin smiled and says, well then, time to make some pocket money. And with that, he charged into battle.